Well, you use this.
Appreciate
There is
that.
no port. Okay, that's fine.
The UK has a much healthier
make the speaker stand in one place.
set of suspicions.
Yeah.
In the US, we can
Usually I like more to walk around. But, okay.
You see, we've got a very dominant research-based HE, but the tech lead in the HE will ask for questions.
Yeah, no, I think you guys are doing that much better.
Have you got Dave Townsend?
Okay, so basically down is over there.
No, in fact, I put Dave already in contact with this person from the U.S. because one thing that's quite exciting is that VO's over-federated identity is moving forward very quickly. So that, just the way you'd like things to work, we can take the bombs model and say, well, instead of using your own standalone this and that, here's how you build it across the federation. And piece after piece, it's just coming together so nicely. Oh, it is.
We've actually got a good thing because we're doing Federation Plus on the education sector, schools, HE, and research.
So all the VOs out there, and Kelsey's critical in this because he's supported VOs for years. Now, interestingly, where we really need the guidance is given the progress that Sigmund and Rupert are making. We really need people from the VO space to talk about how what verbs do they need? Do they need something beyond the authorizations expire now, or when, and what are the prerequisites? So there's a set of verbs inside Sigma that we want to make sure work for the VOs. And I spoke to Kelsey, he goes, well, we never really got to the authorization piece because of authentication. I said, oh, and he goes, no, quick, help us. Oh, okay. Oh, and he has John Paul Robinson is giving the talk, and it's called My Box. VO Collaboration Suite. Starting to use all of the tools. And it's good now because we can begin to talk to universities and say, if you want to support the science, here's what you need to do. Your enterprise directories, you need to do that. What we wanted to do many years ago was have the same eyeball space for scientists work for their campus role and for their VO role. Yeah, right.
I don't need to introduce you.
So can ready?
I am ready.
So let's start.
What about the other speakers? Are they going to be? Oh, there's Louis. Hello.
So, welcome everyone to the Federation session. I'm Mikael Linden from Finland, and I'm your session chair. We have 3 high-quality speakers today, and first one will be Ken Klingenstein from the United States. He's the Milward Director of Internet 2, and also a very well-known face in Europe as well. Please, Ken.
Thank you, Mikhail. I think at the beginning we should just all appreciate how far we've come before we talk about how bad it's going to get. We have done a remarkable job in the last 5 or 6 years as a community to really begin to build federated identity mechanisms and federations, and it is changing the world, and with that are coming a set of new challenges that are very hard. So I think it's going to be interesting times. I just got a report from a major consulting group in the U.S. entitled Federation in the Field, a Progress Report. It's fascinating that they have come around to believing that federations in the commercial sector now are getting very big as well. I won't go through the list of specific topics that they have in here, but it's a very interesting report. Their assessment of where the world is at and our assessment of where the world is at is slightly different, but in any
Focused on
case,
parametric
everybody believes
amplification,
that we are moving
wavelength
into a
conversion
federated
in
world. And
highly
we can
nonlinear fibers,
talk more
and I will present
about
experimental results and
specific obstacles.
results.
So I'm going to
of
spend
new-
a very brief time talking about basics in case people have not been following federated space. The current status of federations, just talking about a few which are in the room, and then a whole set of new challenges that have come up from our success so far. And I think we knew these challenges were out there.
If you had
Some of them relate to scaling.
amplification
We were always
in
attracted to
optical
federated
fibers,
identity because
there is a
it
big
seemed to make
These
some problems
three types of
more
amplifiers,
easily
maybe I
solved.
should
But the question
some
was, if
so
we've
amplifiers
taken
which
smaller
are
bytes now,
not
and
based
federations are smaller bytes than a global
fibers.
PKI, okay, now we have a lot of small bytes. How do we tie them together? And that's the piece where we're at. But I guess people have motivation to move forward, and that's going to be important. So I want to talk about the new challenges in peering and confederation. There are some big players out there now that we have to work with. We're getting to the point where this is becoming available to end users through privacy managers and other kinds of issues, and are end users up to managing their privacy? And then lastly, trying to use the federated infrastructure that we're building for other purposes as well. So just briefly on federation basics, the purpose and where they fit into the spectrum. So I think one thing to say about our view of federations is that they are a general purpose trust fabric. So we see trust in certain specific instances, like Eduroam is a trust fabric, but it's for one application. I can give you other examples of trust fabrics, but they're basically for one or two applications. What we're hoping to build here is a general purpose trust fabric that can serve many applications, and that makes this a lot harder. Not that the Eduroam trust fabric has been easy to do for one application. And the model is always that there are identity providers and service providers, and the identity providers pass assertions to the service providers, and they make decisions about whether or not you can get to the resources. And it's in use in the R&E community, in government agencies. The telecom sector has started to do this. The financial sectors and banks are starting to do this. And again, because this is general purpose, one of the things that we need to talk about is levels of trust. Whereas in the Eduroam space, I think we've agreed as a community that we had a conversation 2 days ago about trying to avoid levels of trust for the simple case of network access. But here, since we want the Federation to serve scientists going to secret facilities, as well as users going to weblogs and other places, we need a variety of levels of trust.
Fiber.
We've had this picture for a while. Again, for people who aren't familiar with middleware, all the interesting
nonlinear
things are the
coefficient of a
applications,
standard fiber
and they live
is
above
about
us. We work in that orange layer of core middleware.
higher.
There was network layer middleware that we always planned to get to, and we haven't. Things like QoS, which will need identity. Things like secure multicast. We haven't gotten there. I guess multicast may have had its day and gone already. So who knows if we could have saved it. So I want to take that orange layer now and expand it a little bit, and notice that there's a set of services like authentication services, authorization and group management, directories, and federating software. There's a set of services in core middleware that we understand now, and we're working on. There's another set of services just below there, things like digital rights management, workflow, et cetera, which are missing pieces of the puzzle, but we can see now we have enough of the puzzle to know which pieces are missing, and we're starting to work on that. I think workflow is one of the interesting cases where now a number of countries are beginning to look seriously at workflow initiatives, and that's going to be very exciting. I won't go into the others. You'll see that box in the upper corner called Federating Software. That's where we're going to live for the next half hour. And federations are ways that we use the federating software to connect the buildings that are our enterprises together. And then finally, if you expand what's in a federation, we need to worry about common policies and practices, metadata management, federating software itself, some common attributes, and trust at both bilateral and multilateral structures. So we have some general purpose. They're persistent. I think one of the things about the federations that are being described in this paper is that they're not generally persistent. They're a group of companies that come together for a particular purpose, and they federate, and then their purpose is gone, and they go away, whereas I think what we're trying to build are federations that will last as long as our universities have lasted. And that's a challenge. They're sector-based. They're nationally based because of the differences between privacy and security among countries. We have federated operators. There's a number sitting in this room today that handle a few key activities. And we use a common piece of software. I think one of the most exciting federations that I've seen recently was as a result of the Hurricane Katrina in the U.S. last September. Refugees were scattered throughout the U.S. and various places, various hospitals were designated centers for all the refugees that went to Washington, D.C., for example. And so we talked to the people who were setting up the support center for these refugees in Washington, and they said, we need to connect all the Red Cross units out there into our database. Do we want to mail out passwords to all these Red Cross units, et cetera? So over a weekend, people developed a laptop with SHIB on it, where you gave it to the Red Cross, they plugged it into their network, and they had a single-purpose federation to the centralized database. And on Monday morning, all these people were able to deal with the refugee in front of them saying, are you in this database? I can federate. It was exciting. Sunday after, it took 48 hours to develop this laptop. Very fast. Halfway through that process, somebody said, why should we trust authentication from the Red Cross? Where are the lawyers? And somebody from FEMA, the only wise person from FEMA left, said, we don't need no lawyers, we have urgency. I love that one. So you sign a contract to join. You still need business relationships. The Federation does not do much in this process. It collects only the signing keys and metadata. It doesn't authenticate end users, and it doesn't provide any services, though buyers clubs do happen. One constant among the various federations out there is they are all using SAML on the wire, the Security Access Markup language. And I think one good thing that has happened in the last year is that there's been a major convergence among flavors of SAML. And SAML 2.0 represents, in many respects, a mature product. It will go to probably SAML 2.1 and stop there. But I think we have brought together a marketplace, and that's an exciting activity. Scott Cantor, who some of you know from Ohio State, was key. He was a SHIB architect. He was also the architect for the Liberty Alliance for 2.0 of their specs, and he tied it all together. Lots of content now can get accessed, from scholarly to Napster, digital repositories and federated search. Google just announced a week ago federated access to Google, which is quite exciting. It means, among other things, that if you have content, if you have access control restrictions on content, when you type your search, you will only see stuff that you're allowed to get to. And that's important for librarians. Lots of other things are using this as well, grids, file sharing, et cetera. The Federation policies typically are, there's a contract for you to join the Federation. That is not an easy contract. It mentions words like liability and indemnification, which brings in buckets of lawyers. It talks a little bit about how we as an operator of a federation do things and mutual responsibilities, and then there's some operating standards that we all have in our federations. And every federation has it slightly different, but we all have the same pieces, and it looks like we'll be able to stitch it together, but we'll see. We have a meeting coming up in October to do that. I'll get back to that. So many of the countries in this room have federations that are beginning, or some are fully established. Mikhail and Haka are quite far along. The Swiss have been doing a remarkable job as well. The UK has set an ambitious goal of one federation to cover many different quadrants of the educational environment. We have not done that quite in the U.S. Many of these are shibboleth-based. They all speak SAML on the outside, and that's going to give us interoperability. Several million users and growing. The first goals were for content access, and now we're trying to use federations to support bandwidth allocations for QoS, network monitoring, security, etc. A couple of notable ones, the Swiss AAI from Switch, they do magnificent jobs, and they speak better English than I do. So their documents are just, we go to their website all the time. SurfNet has a very extensive network. They have strong ties to the national government. Their software, A-Select, which is now embraces shibboleth internally, covers some pieces of the puzzle that shibboleth initially declared out of scope, like end-user authentication. The UK, it has a rapid growth in development. They really have climbed the curve quite well. There's some extremely good expertise now in the UK at Adena and other places. And Ukraine has just been anointed to operate the JISC Federation. I believe anointed is the right word, more than anything else. In the U.S., yes. It's always a challenge. There is In Common, and I will talk about that. That's our production federation. We have something called InQ, which has many more members than In Common, largely because you don't need to sign a contract to join InQ. And then we have state-based federations that are also moving faster than In Common. And part of this is because the U.S. is a big country, and a number of universities have more association with their state than with the national level things. I'll come back and talk about that. Some of it is because you already have in a state a set of business relationships and a set of contracts. If you're a state university with 17 campuses, you already have a authority flow, you already have contracts, and so some of these clauses like liability and indemnification become non-issues in that context. And then I'll talk about the federal effort in just a second. So In Common is the U.S. Production Federation. It's a nonprofit. It has no association with governments, and because it has no association with government, we have to deal with the liability issues. We can be sued. We are sued. The contract addresses legal issues, levels of assurance. I'll come back and talk about that in a second. We only have about 30 members. We have about 900 universities using SHIB now in the U.S., and only 30 joined In Common. Unlike Haka, where every university, I believe, that's running the code is also in the federation. So we have a very different challenge, and I'll talk a little bit about why that's challenging. We have a steering committee that manages In Common, and we have a technical advisory committee. And if you're doing a federation, you will wind up needing both these mechanisms. You need a set of agreed-on technologies, and then you need a set of agreed-on business practices. Here are the universities that belong to In Common right now, and you'll see something like Elsevier. And one of the issues that we're facing going forward is, does Elsevier have to join every federation out there, or just one? I think with yachting, if you belong to any boat club, then you go to any other boat club around the world and you get in. Can we do something the same in terms of federations? We'll have to see that. So, challenges in the U.S. I think the biggest challenge has been addressing the risks in federated identity. Because you would suddenly no longer I gave everybody username and password, so I don't have to trust anybody else. I have to trust someone. I have to trust a few other someones. So our challenge is we have too many lawyers in the U.S. You knew that already. We have too few business drivers. We do not have bulk contract licensing the way that some other countries have. So a number of countries, I think the UK is most conspicuous, have done national licensing arrangements for content. We have none of those in the US. Every university negotiates it separately. There are a few national applications that warrant this. We're trying to drive those. And we don't have any access quite yet to government applications that would inspire people to join the Federation. We have a lot of big dog institutions, as we call them, and, big dogs don't join, small dogs. Again, we talked about the focus on state versus national applications, bilateral relationships versus national relationships. We have some people who go, look, we have contracts to do business X and Y now. Why don't we just use those contracts to build our own private federation? And we've seen this. Elsevier has proposed that there be the Elsevier Federation. And all the universities who want to come and use Elsevier join that federation. And contractually, it's easy because you already have a contract with Elsevier, so we add an addendum or an appendix to the contract. But that's not our goal here. And then relatively few institutions really have their identity management technologies in place, and very few have their policies. And that's where we really are going to face a lot of challenges, is getting people to document their policies and perhaps audit those policies. I think we'll see a difference with HACA, where, in fact, the federated operator audits the activities of the campuses, and we are not going to ever do that. We are trying to get to a point where campuses will audit their own practices, and even that is a challenge. So it doesn't seem to be about the technology anymore. SAML 2.0 seems to have carried the day, with the exception of a small vendor in Redmond, Washington, but we're working heavily on them. And then some will ship with ship profiles embedded. We're having very interesting conversations with Oracle, for example, about how when Oracle 11G ships, there will be a ship profile in it. We're hopeful of that, but we're not certain. There were some questions, though, about integration with other trust fabrics. I think when we started this business, we thought there was going to be one trust. If we could get one trust fabric, we'd be a hit. And now we're starting to understand that for, let's say, eduroam.us, it's going to be a different trust fabric. It's going to have a lot of geography in it. A university will want the schools in the neighborhood to be able to have their students bring laptops on, but we're not going to allow that at a far distant university. So we are starting to tease that there will be slightly different trust federations for slightly different purposes, and catching a strong head shake. So when we get to the questions, let's talk about that. On that. We have the same issues with PKI hierarchies, et cetera. Texas has formed the Lone Star Federation. How does that relate to In Common? Questions to answer. And in fact, can we build a federation in the U.S., or are we just going to be assigned to bilateral hell? New challenges. Peering and confederation, coordinating with the big players, end users, and leveraging. Peering, peering, peering. It's the biggest issue out there. At what size of the globe? Do we bilaterally peer? Do we aggregate the federations in Europe together and then have that peer? And if we do that, is it the EU, or can we invite Switzerland in? So there's lots of questions about that. Will there be coupling among subsets of federations? The EU has certain privacy requirements. Will that lead to a sense of clustering those federations together? How do the vertical sectors relate? It's time for us to relate to the banking industry. It's time for us to relate to governments. How are we going to do that? On what issues to peer and how? Legal frameworks? Something just hit the fan last week. that is going to be very interesting, which is financial settlements. So I'll talk about that in a second, but one of our peering relationships will have to discuss whether or not money changes hands when assertions change hands. We had that same issue one layer down in the protocol stack. We have it here. How to technically implement this? The WAIF functionality, which we're hopeful of getting away from, but right now it's a very big issue. It's the pull down, where are you from? And do we display that by continent and then by country and then by university, or what other scheme do we do? And then how do we support the virtual organizations, the scientists that we really want to address? I'll just mention in passing that there's a talk by John Paul Robinson coming up in this conference on support for VOs across federations and peered federations. And that's something which is moving quite nicely, quite fast, lots of good tools. And I think we're starting to have conversations with people who support VOs about how do we really test this stuff out to see if it's going to work. In the U.S., we are doing a major peering relationship now between InCommon and the U.S. Government Federation. You all will have the same thrill of discovering that your federal agencies do not cooperate with the rest of the federal agencies. So forming a federal federation is non-trivial. But we are starting to do that. We are doing static peering. It's very different than the dynamic peering that EduGain and others are trying to do. And we're not doing it for all of InCommon because it's too weak. We are doing it for what we call InCommon Bronze, which is a new subset of InCommon. And I'll describe in a second some of the ways it will be different. And we're also producing for the federal government how they should use SAML and the U.S. person object class. I don't have time to talk about that, but in talking to a few of you in the hall, it could be a real opportunity for you to begin to work with your governments. The biggest selling point of U.S. person is that it has a disability object class, which means that web pages can be displayed for blind people, for colorblind people, for other kinds of things. The government agencies have a responsibility to make their content available to all, and this is a way to do that with privacy, and that has been a very big win for us. So InCommon Bronze, just to describe, here's some of the differences between regular InCommon and InCommon Bronze. We're going to ask that you do your password management and your identity proofing a bit different for some users in InCommon Bronze, so that we can guarantee that you saw photo ID, so that we can guarantee that you delivered the credential in a secure fashion. That doesn't mean you have to do it for the 2 million students you have or the 4 million alumni you have, but for some communities you need to be able to do this. We will talk about audits for the first time, but these will not be external audits. You will not have to hire PricewaterhouseCoopers to do this, but you will have to talk to your auditors on campus and train them on how to do identity management audits. We are beginning the process with the National Association of Auditors to do this. I won't go through some of the other issues, but this is a fascinating space, and it's very detailed and good. I will skip some of this stuff in the interest of time, but we still have some gaps in risk assessment that we have to think through. How do you protect your enterprise signing key, for example? And how did you identify that Uli really represented the University of Zurich in this process? And then cross-federation risk management. One of the other things that, as I mentioned, financial settlements. So the U.S. government began a process of working with banks to allow you to use your banking account to look at your Social Security information. I can do that today if I'm a member of Fidelity Bank. I go over to the Fidelity website, I authenticate, I look at my balance, I go over to Social Security, the U.S. government website, I don't have to re-authenticate. That's all real good. So halfway through that process, Fidelity Bank said to the U.S. government, so you don't have to create accounts for these people anymore, right? Right? So you're saving money, right? Right? We want that money. Wrong. we won't do this unless you give us that money. Wrong. So that process has stopped. So they turned to us in higher ed, and we forgot to ask for money. It's our nature. So they're thrilled to work with us now. So going back to those peering relationships, we're going to have to agree that if DFN is working with the U.S. in common, and we're passing assertions and attributes back and forth, we don't pay per attribute. On the other hand, that would help privacy. If you had to pay per attribute in some sense, you would ask for the minimum number of attributes you need because you were paying. But it's financial settlements. We didn't think about that 6 years ago when we started. International peering, a big issue, as we've said. EduGain is certainly something that we're all looking at, hopefully, as a technology piece, but the policy piece is going to be much, much harder. Fortunately, the key use cases have yet to surface. We're real close on grids, but not there. I would mention as well that the UN has expressed a lot of interest now in this process. I don't know if that's good or bad, given the UN's history, but coordinating with the big players. The content providers are heavily federated-oriented. We need to coordinate. We are actually doing that quite well without any formal mechanism, just an email list, and that's remarkable, and that's wonderful. And then Microsoft, of all people, are now starting to distribute their software using federated approaches to students. You'll be humored to know that when Microsoft did this, they said, so can we test out with some national federation? And we said, sure, and I think we suggested the Swiss to them. And then the Swiss said, you need to sign a contract to join the federation. And Microsoft went, sign a contract? And they called us up, and we said, no problem. Just think of it as a click-through, okay? Just say, I accept, and then, Thank you. End users, another challenge. The MAMS project from Australia is doing marvelous work. They've developed institutional privacy managers, and we've now seen the first personal privacy managers. Nice stuff. And in fact, we think that this will be integrated with InfoCard in maybe 6 months. So all your personalities will show, when you boot Vista, the third screen up will be, here's all of your business cards representing your personal trust and your enterprise trust. So can users manage this stuff? Will they say, I don't want to release that information, not be able to get the content, and then call you up and complain? Yes, they will do that. Virtual organizations, I will skip this in the interest of time. I can just tell you that there are numerous grid shift projects, too many of them. But, that's what happens when you start to work with the grid community. They go off in many interesting directions. Some of these are kludge layered on kludge. I hope that translates. But some are steps in a long-term strategy. And I'll skip over this stuff. And then I think the last slides are that we really want to begin to use federations for exchange of security information, for real-time security stuff. We're starting to do that. To negotiate bulk contracts. And I suspect we're going to face new challenges. Can I, as in Common, who wants to develop a security relationship with the JISC Federation, do I have to get all my members of the Federation to agree to this, to do this? If I sign a contract, it binds all the members of the Federation. What's that going to mean? So we want to do security incident exchange. We think this will do a lot for spam control because we can authenticate the signing keys of all the universities, and if the mail didn't come with that signature, it's not from that university. DNSSEC discovery, trust-mediated transparency. I spoke to Harold about making sure that he includes a transparent network in a good internet, and we think with trust we can do that. So let me stop there, and I know there was at least one head shaking. If they want to, questions now or later?
So, any questions, please? We have some time for 2 questions. Leif, is there a mic available?
Yes, Leif Watson, Finland. I think you managed to create us a common enemy. Those are the lawyers. But we should also have some common friends, and I think we need to get sort of a connection
So there's money for development work, and then there's money to implement all of this stuff. I think the community has done a good job of pooling resources so that there's now expertise on many continents developing really good pieces of the puzzle. I think that's progress. Getting the governments to think federated identity is a challenge, but I was very encouraged to talk to the minister from Norway for education and research yesterday, and I know with the U.S. government things are going well. And then we're starting to see spontaneous activities. The Australian Census Bureau contacted the U.S. Census Bureau about using SHIB for some joint census work. We were out of the equation. That's wonderful. So maybe in another year or two, the politicians will be on board. There will be no more techies in the room, and we'll wonder if we won or lost.
Maybe we have time for another question, please.
I'm Christian Robos from Greece. From what I'm seeing right now is that you have a pretty defined relationship of the federation and the identity providers and the resource providers, but in the real world it doesn't work like this. An identity provider might want to be part of many federations, and so how do you confederate? Do you confederate at the level of the federations, or the IDPs join multiple federations, and what all these relationships are going to be? Right now the structures we have are pretty simple. I mean, they say join a federation, okay, you're there, let's try to talk to another federation. But at least from some experience in the Greek world, but also from other kind of examples, we need also identity providers that are detached from the notion of the federation. They can't provide services to a wide range. So, is this in your generic roadmap, this kind of issue, tackling this kind of issues?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that a lot of the EDUGAIN work and a lot of the policy work is going to focus on that. It's very much the case. For those of us who are old, if not ancient, we can remember that BGP came along several years after TCP/IP. SAML is here. We need now the peering relationships that are BGP. It took about 10 years after TCP/IP was somewhat mature for BGP to become mature. We'll have to do it a bit faster because you're pressuring us to do it faster. But we will. I think the technologies are quite flexible. The policy is a little bit less flexible, but I don't see any showstoppers.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And the next speaker is Nicole Harris of JISC, and she's the program manager of JISC Core Middleware project, and now we will hear about UK Access Management Federation. Please.
When I was planning this, I kind of just wanted to go, we're doing what he said and walk off, but then I had to think a bit about what we're doing in the UK and what we're having to do in the UK that is different to what's maybe going on in the US and some of the other areas. One of the biggest challenges we have in implementing a federation in the UK is that we have a very, very good legacy system called Athens. And when you've got a system that works and you're trying to replace it, you're obviously going to face a lot of problems. A lot of those are to do with resistance. Athens has served the UK very, very well for many years, and they are going to be a key service partner as we move forward with the federation. What Athens have done for us, or what EduServe has done for us, is design something called the Federation Gateways, which are allowing existing Athens users to access Shibboleth resources and vice versa. That's been really, really important to us. We also need to make sure that we have an intensive outreach programme to support this transition. So that's a unique point for the UK, I think. Another unique point is the sheer size of this issue in the UK. It started off big. We started off looking at higher and further education, and there are 641 of those in the UK. Recently, it just got enormous because we decided that we were going to join up with our partners, Bector, who serve the school sector. School sector is something in the region of 30,000 schools. They're going to be served through virtual regional identity providers. That's big. That's very, very big and worrying. So we've got a bit of a headache on that front. We've also got to think about joining up with other areas. If the world was perfect, we'd have one single system in the UK and it would work for everything. The world isn't perfect. We have the UK Certificate Authority, which is providing a very, very important service for the grid. We need to look at how the Federation can join up with that. We have the Janet Roaming Service, which is the EduRoam implementation within the UK. We need to think about joining up with the NHS, which brings up lots of issues. And there are lots of government initiatives in the UK, things like the Unique Learner Number, government portals, lots of government systems that are thinking about federated identity management, and that's before we even get onto the whole ID card issue. So we've got to think very, very carefully about how we join up. And we have a very complex federation service provider and development programme happening in lots of different institutions and organisations within the UK. It's not just all being run in one place. So there's relationships to be managed, which again gives us a slightly different perspective. This is the best diagram that I could come up with. I've always been useless at drawing diagrams of what our current development landscape looks like. We have identity providers and service providers. Some of those will be accessing the Federation directly. Some of them will be accessing it through an Athens gateway. Some of it will be accessing something called the Certificate Authority Bridge, which is being developed at the University of Manchester for us. And hopefully some of those will be accessing through an EduRoam gateway. We have a project called Lycan looking at a gateway for EduRoam in the UK at the moment. In the Federation service itself, we have an enormous outreach programme, big support programme, and of course the Central Federation services. Alongside that, we have an enormous development programme. I was quite amused to read in my email a little while ago someone saying on one of the international lists that JISC was pouring money into access management. So this is where our money is being poured. Looking at projects such as Level of Assurance, there's a project called the FAME, Permis project. Identity management is really, really important, as Ken was outlining, both inter and intra and across the NHS and government. The whole N-tier problem, that's going to be on everyone's agenda coming up. It's being seen in the later implementations of SAML. Cracking the N-tier problem has got to be high priority. Lots and lots of authorization tools, things doing delegation of authority. We want interfaces, user tools. A lot of the tools aren't the most user-friendly at the moment. And building again on the excellent work of the Swiss, nicking their idea for the virtual home for identities in the UK. So it's a complex environment. There's an awful lot going on. To get back to these gateways, a little bit more detail. What the gateways will be doing is basically acting as an outsourced or virtual identity provider for institutions who either can't implement federated access management themselves, have an existing system that they're using through the Janet Roaming service and don't want to reinvent the wheel, and to provide, as I say, a bridge between things like the certificate authorities, where your identity provider is actually external to your institution. The purpose of them is to leverage what we already have. We have very rich back ends already, and also to allow institutions to have the widest possible choice. The way that we're selling the Federation in the UK is focusing on choice. We're not saying you must do this. We're trying to encourage institutions that has lots of benefits, and they need to choose the most appropriate approach for them. The Athens Federation gateways will hopefully be seen as a transitional tool as people move across. Depending on how they go, the Janet Roaming service and certificate solutions may be slightly longer lived. And if anyone's interested in more of the technical specifications, I've got them with me. How did we get here? We didn't just decide one day that we were going to launch a federation. We've been doing an intensive programme of both development and piloting services. We started off with the Core Middleware Technology Development Programme, and there are 17 projects within that. And they were funded to support a range of development activities. So they weren't funded to do shibboleth. They were looking at all sorts of things. So we did have a pilot federation. That's called SDSS, and it's been running at Adena for us for a long time. We had projects looking at Radius and the wireless networking and federated access management. And the outcome of that has been this pilot virtual identity provider building on the Janet Roaming service. We had projects looking at web portal and N-tier issues for authorization. Attribute release policy, we've put a lot of money into supporting the permis tool, which has been very, very good and is starting to see a wide take-up. Levels of authentication assurance, again, dynamic delegation of authority, basically a wide range of different issues. Most of them are focusing on software tools, guidance for use. As often happens in GIST, just when we set that program up, somebody somewhere says, fantastic, we're going to give you some more money now. Great. We were given the specific aim of implementing a working federated access management infrastructure. That was aim 2 in the core middleware plan. Working was very important. We only had to make it a working federation. It didn't have to be taken up and in real use. We got £3.4 million across 2 years. So that's quite a significant amount of money to be taking this forward. And we're carrying some of the funds forward because I didn't manage to spend it all. It was too much of a challenge. These were very, very focused activities, and we were focusing on building our federation, working out whether it would work in the UK. So we have lots of resources that are held by JISC at our 2 data centres called Mimas and Edina. So we civilised those. Good. We're putting our money where our mouth is and saying we're going to go ahead and civilise our resources. We funded a support service to help institutions begin to make the move, and that's called MATU, and it's based at EduServe. We gave all of our institutions an incentive. We said, if you're willing to become an early adopter, we're going to give you a grant to do it. And that was so popular, we ended up having to put out a second call and ended up with 26 institutions. We also did some regional early adopters to explore e-learning collaborations with federated access management. That's brought up a whole new range of problems, which is an interesting challenge for us. We had a small amount of funding to begin the process of actually putting in place the full federated service. And UKERNA are just starting work on that for us right now. And of course, we had lovely things like a big communications and outreach program, evaluation, and we're putting in place a repository of output. So all of our findings will be freely available as soon as we get that repository up and running. The outcome of this is that initially we hoped the full federated access management system would be in place by August 2006. We're moving our early adopters over the summer. It won't be in full national use till September at the earliest. Where are we now? Well, we've now moved into what we're calling our transition plan. This is the hard bit. This is where we need to move from a working infrastructure to a full production federation. We need that critical mass of users. That's hard. It's involved change within JISC. We're having to integrate our current working plans within JISC development and JISC services and form a new relationship that can see an awful lot of time being spent in between the two. You can't just take a development and move it into service and everything magically happens. What are we doing? Well, the first thing that we secured was that we were going to carry on funding our current access management service. So we'll be funding Athens until July 2008. I've described the Federation gateways in detail. They're going to be really, really important to us. We're going to extend our support service. We're, of course, funding the federations itself. Communications and outreach again and again. And, of course, participation in all of the national and international liaisons. All of the good stuff that Ken was talking about, such as the Torina group, such as the publisher liaison, which has been amazingly useful in terms of getting the publishers on board. It's amazing the power of a simple mailing list. So those have been really, really critically important for us. As I mentioned earlier, we really wanted to focus on giving institutions a choice. It wouldn't work if we just tried to push out the system. They'd just withdraw and say, no, we're quite happy with what we've got. We don't want this change. And anyway, isn't it going to cost us a lot of money? Well, the answer is yes. So we've said to institutions, okay, you've got 3 choices. You can become a full member of the Federation using the community-supported tools like Shibboleth that are out there. And yes, there are costs associated with that. There's a lot of institutional effort, mostly around enhancing your institutional directories. But of course, there are lots of benefits. If you do it this way, well, your staff are going to be better skilled. They're going to know how to run and operate this thing for you. You're going to have full institutional control of it. And you're going to get the maximum benefit in terms of access management for internal, external, and your collaborative resources, hopefully both in the e-learning world and the grid world. But that might not work for you. So your second choice would be to become a full member of the Federation, but say, don't really want to do it ourselves, we'll pay for some support. And again, costs and benefits are going to be different for you. And finally, you can go through an assessment process and say, no, our institution just can't do this. It's too much. We can't take this on. That's okay. We're saying that's absolutely fine. So you subscribe to an outsourced identity provider, such as Athens, who will work through the gateway with you. And of course, there are subscription costs associated with this. The benefits are different, but it's all of these three are equally valid choices, and it's very important that each and every one of those 641 FE and HE institutions have that choice. The schools aren't getting a choice, by the way. I mentioned lots and lots of communications and outreach that's going on. We're very good in just at doing pretty glossy pictures. We're trying to start the process of making institutions understand that it's not just about implementing Shibboleth. If you just implement Shibboleth, you're not going to get very far. There is a road that you need to go through, and it's a considered road and a considered process. So you start off at the bottom with your institutional audit. It's really important that an institution understands the business case for adopting federated access management, and it means something to them. Once you've accepted that this is the good road for you to be on, your next biggest headache is going to be your directory development. It really is the area which needs significant work. The one lesson we've learned from this is that the institutional directories that we have in the UK are in an appalling state at the moment. And we're really encouraged that by implementing federated access management, we're also gaining benefits elsewhere, because by getting your directory into a good state, you can do lots of other initiatives, such as e-portfolios for lifelong learning and all sorts of other things. Once you've got over that hurdle, of course, you need to start moving on to some of the perhaps more simple software implementations. So you need to have a single sign-on. You need to implement an IDP. That might be the same process. It might not. Finally, you've got to join the federation. You've got to understand what it means to join the federation. You've got to talk to your institutional lawyers and make sure they're happy with you joining the federation. They probably won't be, so ignore them, and you join anyway. And finally, institutional rollout. That's really important for us. At the moment, access management for external resources in the UK is traditionally managed by librarians, something called an Athens administrator. By implementing federated access management, you're moving that back very firmly within the IS departments. We don't want libraries to become disenfranchised. We want them to see this as an opportunity for them to get on with the business of managing resources, which they're supposed to do, and not managing people. And also to make use of some of the fabulous tools that are coming out, things like the Sharpie tool and Autograph, which will actually help them with their resource management. We're also doing a lot of work on the very, very simple things. How do you go about updating your user guides? How do you go about rolling this out throughout your institution? When's the best time? You know, do you roll it out to just first years and then do it incrementally, or do you roll it out in a big bang? There's lots of different ways of doing it. It might seem like a simple problem, but it's an important problem, because if you don't get stage 6 right, you're not going to get anything right. We need to be very clear why JISC has chosen this route, and I think we are very clear. The main reason why we're clear is that we've done extensive research. Access management security has been on the JISC's agenda for many, many years, long before I worked there, right back to its first development programs. We're very sure that this way meets the defined criteria that our institutions have said that they need, and that's these 4 different approaches. So they want an application that will serve internal applications, one that can manage access to third-party digital library type resources. They want something that will help them with their e-learning collaborations, those nice, stable, long-term collaborations which are well-defined, but also inter-institutional use in terms of ad hoc collaborations, the virtual organisation stuff. We're starting to see a really good amount of work in that area now, but I'd absolutely agree with Ken that we're not ready for it. The tools are there. Institutions aren't really ready for virtual organisations. We're convinced that international take-up secures the future of development and support for this. There's a very interesting conversation going on various lists as we speak about that issue. And of course, international take-up also provides us with economies of scale, working with Internet2, working with Tarina. Things are getting solved that are providing benefits for everybody. We also have to consider, why is this strategically important for our institutions? What is the business case? Well, for us, it's easy. It's a key deliverable within the current GIST strategy because we've understood all of the points which I previously outlined. We have to get institutions to recognise that this does require institutional effort, and it should be recognised within their institutional IT strategies and considered in a proper stepped process, that 6-stage process. It's also good, as I mentioned earlier, because it allows people to meet other strategic requirements. As most other countries, we have loads and loads of strategies. We have the GFESE strategy, we have the GISC strategy, we have the HEFGE learning strategy, we've got the Science and Innovation Investment Framework. All of these things are buzzing around, and institutions are supposed to be working towards meeting all of these strategies. Bechter came up with a really good document which looked at this and said, if you want to do all of these things, you need federated access management. That's a really strong message. And I've mentioned the national take-up and the international take-up many times. Impact. Impact's important. What is the impact of federated access management going to be for our institutions? It's going to mean change. People don't like change, but it is going to mean change. GIST support for Athens will not be available after July 2008, though it's important that Athens will continue. Institutions will still be able to buy into Athens themselves. We're just not going to pay for it for them. It does require institutional effort. It does require choice. And I think that's really important for the UK. It requires join up. And I don't know about other countries, but join up across institutions in the UK is often very, very difficult. Scientists don't talk to librarians who don't talk to e-learning technologists, and none of them talk to their librarians or their managers. And we need to bring them together for this to work. And we're convinced it means improvements. Real single, simplified sign-on, yes. Hopefully single sign-on. Improved directory systems, and the really, really good foundation blocks for secure collaboration. I'm just going to flick through that. Just to finalise, we've mentioned that we need to keep on investing in this. If people stop now, you know, things like Shibboleth won't be able to have a clear path, and it's important that we understand that we keep investing both in development and in the service. And I'm happy to say that JISC is going to continue pouring money into access management. A new development programme called the E-Infrastructure Security Programme is just kicking off. It's got very, very specific aims. We think that's important. First one being developing core middleware and partnership, continuing to build our relationships with Terena, with Internet2 and so forth. Secondly, we need to develop our services. You can't develop in isolation from your services. So things like we want to add a virtual home for identities, get the virtual organisation support right. I've talked about the Edge-Your-Own coordination. And yes, all of those grid SHIB projects that are out there as well. We need to really understand what the total infrastructural requirements are. We have this thing in the UK called MyApp, Managing Information Across Partners, and that's looking at partners across all of the public sector. So that's a really big challenge. We need to look at joining up across all of our different services. And we need to look at things like accounting and auditing developments. I think Yuli's going to talk a bit more about what Switch are doing in that in a bit, and that's really interesting. We need to get people to change the way they work. Things like level of assurance are becoming really important, and identity management, as Ken mentioned, we're not good at it. We need to get a whole lot better. And finally, the whole service-to-service requirements, N-tier, WS and SAML compatibility and so forth and so on is really important. So that's it. That's all of the information if you want to find out more about what we're doing or even make use of our lovely pretty glossies. I think we've probably got time for a couple of questions.
Questions? Yes?
My name is Jan Fremsen from the Ministry of Education in Norway. It was a very interesting presentation you made, because we are in the same track right now, trying to implement a federated system for compulsory education. So, just one question. I think we have a special group that you might also share, the parents. We have got some issues about what about their role, how to define them, and to what extent are we within or outside what we should aim at within a federated system.
Yeah, directly for GIS, parents aren't too much of an issue because for HE and FE, children are pretty much seem to be on their own. It is a big problem in two other areas, mostly for the Vector implementation for schools and a lot of the work that the DFES are now doing in terms of implementing the unique learner number in the UK. We haven't got an answer to that yet. I wish we did, but it's going round in circles, working out the best way to allow parents to have access to information about their children, to protect their children and to set limitations. And it will be really, really important to roll out, and we will definitely be sharing information on the international mailing list when we know what we're going to be doing in that space. I wish I had a better answer, sorry.
Any other questions? So, thank you.
And then our last speaker, Switzerland has been the first country in Europe to adopt shibboleth and run a shibboleth-based productional federation. And Veli Kainholz is the manager of Swiss AAI Federation. Please.
Okay, thank you. So my presentation will be in 3 parts, actually. First, I'd like to give you a brief overview of where we stand today, our status in Swiss AAI. Then, as a second part of the presentation, the largest one, I'd like to show you some tools and services we have developed during the past few years as a response to needs from the community and also to foster the deployment of shibboleth in Switzerland. And then at the end, briefly, I'd like to show you one of our most recent initiatives, which deals about adding the accounting functionality to our federation, so turning it from a AA system into a AAA system, actually. So this is the current status of identity providers in Switzerland. The fat blue dots are operational shibboleth identity providers. We have, I think, 13 at the moment. And then the red circles around it that are the federation members which have signed up into the federation. There is a contract which is called the service agreement. And we're very proud that since about 2 weeks, we have all universities in Switzerland, including Swiss Federal Institutes of Technology, in our federation. We don't are so far with universities of applied sciences at the moment, but we hope that during the next year or so that we will have much more dots on this map. There are 2 already on it. And yes, this will be the next rush of organizations joining, hopefully. All in all, it's about 140,000 accounts. That makes up about 75% of all users in Swiss higher education and research. That's the map of our resources. And as you can see, we have most resources in the field of e-learning. This is driven partly by an initiative of Swiss federal government, which was called the Virtual Campus, which fostered collaboration among universities in the field of e-learning. And due to that, we have quite a lot of systems now shibbolized. And as you can see, it's many different platforms. It was quite an effort to make all these platforms compatible with our with Switch AI, but we're done now almost. So there are 2 gray things down there, which are projects to be implemented during the next couple of months, and but then we're actually done with the e-learning in Switzerland. Another field is library. content, so digital content, and we declared this year as the year of the library within Switch AI, and we now have 2 pilot applications which are integrated into Switch AI. It's an easy proxy at the ETH library at Zurich, and it's also Elsevier Science Direct, which now runs pilots for the users of ETH of Zurich. And again, we hope that we will see much more resources in this area during the next year or so. We have some other applications in the lower left area. I won't explain all these in detail, but it's just coming now, more and more applications getting integrated. And in the commercial area, we just have some ideas, and one of them is Microsoft, as Ken mentioned, so to provide software to students for a discount. This verified by means of Shibboleth. And some other ideas are cable, internet connection, and, well, just in general, electronic shops, and also some law resources. All in all, it's about 16,000 active users, which use it on an almost daily basis. And we have, yesterday we had 106 service providers, which are entered in our resource registry. I will tell about that more later on. This is the Switch AI Federation structure. So we have the Federation members, which are universities, university hospitals, and research institutes. We also have a couple of supporting organizations, like libraries or Switch itself. And they are the Federation members. And then we have the Federation service provider, which is Switch, for the Switch AI Federation. And we provide a couple of central AI services to the community. There are also 2 bodies, the Advisory Committee and the Operations Committee, which are composed from members of the Federation members, which means universities usually, and of Switch. One committee is more for strategic political discussions, the other one is more for technical operational discussions. And the legal framework for this federation is the service agreement, as I mentioned. And we also have a federation partner agreement, which links in federation partners. For instance, Elsevier Science Direct is one of these. They just provide resources and they don't have any IDP. Okay, so that's brief overview. Now, during the past 3 years, we got quite a lot of requests from the users to implement tools, services for them, and we also saw the need that we needed to have some add-ons to Shibboleth as it comes out of the box. This list here just shows what we, the AI team, actually are providing to our community. It's strategy and marketing. We're making a lot communication, information, so large website, mailing lists. We're organizing events for different communities. We do the support for the community, and that's growing now quite rapidly during the past couple of months. So it's getting an issue that we need more and more resources to handle these support requests. And we're also doing some consulting and training for the universities. We participate in the international working groups actively, and we also keep in touch with Internet 2, of course. And then we provide the federation metadata. That's quite important. I'll show that later on. And we maintain and update configuration guides which are specific for our federation and also specific for the platform we usually recommend to our members, which is Debian. Then integration service, we help our federation members to integrate their identity providers and service providers. Jumpstart service, that's very similar to what Nicole Harris mentioned from the UK. That's identity provider outsourcing, also just for a limited time. We actually want to end it up at the university itself. So that's just to have it temporarily operated by switch, but then moved back again. And we are operating a couple of systems, central systems. First of all, the Wave, then the virtual homework, then the resource registry, and we also have a test identity provider and a test service provider. Oops. That's because my slides were done on a Mac system, and this is a Windows system, but never mind, I'll explain it. The Wave, we've used the Wave from Internet 2 out of the box for about 2 of the 3 years we're having now operational experience. But in last summer, we decided to develop our own Wave, and it has a couple of features. Well, first one is it's redundant now. We have 2 installations geographically separated. It's load balancing, and it has an automatic failover mechanism based on IP anycast. That works because it's a very simple application indeed. It's stateless. And we've also added multilingual support. That's very important, of course, for Switzerland. So we can support English, German, French, and Italian now, depending on the browser settings. And we have some other features which make life easier for the users. So, for instance, a service provider can set the default selection of the IDP on the Wave. If we have a big e-learning system, for instance, at University of Geneva, and 90% of the users of that e-learning system will come from Geneva, then Geneva can tell the Wave those users should see Geneva as the default selection. So that saves 1 click. That's important. And another feature is that once a user has selected his organization, this is stored in a cookie. And so, again, this saves 1 click whenever the user returns to the Wave. We're also monitoring our Wave even from 2 sides. One is from inside our network, and one is from outside. Internationally, it's a commercial monitoring service, and it's alerting us by email and SMS if something is wrong. The Wave is open source. It's licensed under BSD, and it's a PHP application. So if you want to have more information about this, just go to the link below there. Another very important aspect of our services for the community is providing the federation metadata. The functions of this metadata is trust and security. So we have information about the certificates in there, provider IDs, to make sure everybody is talking to the right counterpart. And then it also deals about data protection. We generate attribute release policies for each site, which may be modified by the site administrators. But this is just a default, a suggestion from us. And yeah, it's very important that all this metadata is kept in sync for proper interoperation. You could actually exchange metadata bilaterally. But now with 13 IDPs and 106 service providers, this won't work anymore, really. So we need a tool now for managing this metadata. And we've developed that tool. It's called the Resource Registry. Our metadata file, by the way, is now more than 4,500 lines of XML. And so we actually generate that out of a database, which is operated at Switch centrally. And, well, there are two sorts of data which go into that database. It's the identity provider descriptions, or home organization descriptions, as we call it in Switzerland. And they are entered by the identity provider administrators. It's if a new organization is getting a member or is going to join our federation, the administrator submits this information on a web form, and we then approve that if it's okay. And from that point on, everything is delegated, actually. Then that person who has submitted that initial information is getting the Resource Registration Authority Administrator, the first one. And that person can then approve more registrations of that organization, and all the data is then entered decentrally that way. And what we generate out of this central database is the metadata file, as I've mentioned, the attribute release policy files, and as a byproduct, so to speak, we also have a list of help addresses for each resource and identity provider in the federation. And again, if you want to know more, see the link below. Another service which is quite popular in Switzerland, that's the Virtual Home Organization Service. I should mention that this has nothing to do with virtual organizations. It's a historical name. You could call it also the home for the homeless, for instance, which means you can generate identities for people who are not members of a university, for instance, but need to have access, for instance, to an e-learning resource. And then the resource owner or the service provider owner can generate that identity over a web form. The identities themselves, they are stored in a user directory at Switch, and the Chevrolet server is also operated at Switch, but we don't manage the data. We don't manage the identities. It's the resource owners who manage them and who are also responsible about their accuracy. That's quite a popular service. We have 9 resources who make use of it, and we have more than 1,000 identities in there. We have another tool that helps us to integrate black boxes. Some black box, for instance, is WebCT or other commercial systems around which you can't or very hardly can shibbolise. Well, you need the cooperation of the software developer to do it. And some of these systems at least have APIs, and we've built a tool which is actually now an open source project. It's based on original work from University of Bern, but we're maintaining it now. It allows to operate as an authentication gateway. So you can get access to that AI portal by Shibboleth, and then it talks to the black box over some customized API calls. And there are other functionalities in there. For instance, you can use it as a portal, but you don't need, you can just use it as a invisible authentication gateway. You can also manage access to that resource on the portal. So for instance, you can subscribe or you can invite people, etc. And yes, we have two important adapters for two different versions of Vista, of WebCity Vista version and Campus Edition version, which are widely used throughout Switzerland. Okay, so let's at the end briefly come to the AAA activity. We started in last autumn a new initiative to investigate what the need is within our community for accounting. And we've came up with this chart. So the orange dots are where we are today. On the upper half, we have Switch AI enabled applications, and on the lower half, not yet Switch AI enabled applications. And the red dots are where we think those applications are moving in the nearer or farther future. So for instance, if we have Switch e-conferencing on top, today it's just authentication and authorization, and in the future we think that they will need usage statistics, and even further away they may charge usage to organizations. And in another example, we today have an SMS gateway, and well, that cost is charged to the organization, and we may turn that into a service which is shibbolized on one hand, and which is also capable to charge the SMSs to the individual users. The green field is where we think that's the scope of this initiative. And we have conducted a preliminary study last year, so it has been published at the beginning of the year. It's downloadable from our website. And we're going now to embark on pilot projects. And one of these pilot projects, that's the Monitoring and Statistics pilot project. And here you can see actually what happens. We generate log files on the identity provider and also on the service provider. That's nothing new. That's what was done so far. And what's new, that's the lower half. And here we develop some tools, concepts and tools to combine this logged information based on a handle, on a joint handle, merge the information and generate some statistics out of it. So for instance, per identity provider and user or user group, and also usage statistics per service provider and user or user group. And another interesting aspect of this is that we hope to be able to monitor if anything goes wrong. So if you see patterns of error messages there, that we can detect some operational problems. That's why the monitoring comes in. And as I said, we just embark now on pilot projects, and we hope to have this terminated by end of the year. There will be again a report about it, and then hopefully this will spawn some production services off from the beginning of next year. Okay, that's it for Switch AI. Maybe some questions. I think we have 5 minutes time for questions. So, questions? Please wait for the mic.
No? Yeah. Okay. No, in the accounting model you have shown is supposed to be a central service, sort of a clearinghouse for all the accounting. So I guess is this okay for a single federation? But had you thought about the possibilities of how this would scale in an inter-federation setup?
No.
No,
not yet. So it's actually we've conducted some literature review. We've studied concepts which are available when it comes to AAA, and we also studied some use cases within Switzerland so far. That's it's limited to that. And I mean, just I must add there are also data protection problems here. So you can't really merge all the data which would be interesting without considering data protection very intensively, and we've studied into that, and we can do some things which are allowed within Swiss law, and as soon as it goes across the border, it's getting more complex, of course.
And this is the other point about the private or the commercial service providers. That do you plan to match somehow the data with what you have there in order to distribute payments among the universities or something like that, or it's just?
One possible source of data which could be used is Elsevier Science Direct, for instance, which is the most advanced and most important commercial resource we have at the moment. And well, it would be interesting to know actually which e-journals are accessed by which groups within a university. For instance, are the physicists or the medicines accessing also journals from other areas, etc., and potentially to be in a better position to negotiate contracts with Elsevier. But again, there is some data protection issues to be solved.
Other questions? No? So, thank you, Oli. I think it's now time for lunch. Thank you.
Can I take? Now we have a laptop silent, so we can put it in. It's supposed to work.
Basically, we've got two drafts of the GPS specs, and that's caused action. You know, the fact that we had absolutely presented. So we get this CBS professor and see what people think the requirements are from this service, regardless of how it's implemented. Because there are different views of how it's implemented. Some people say that can be implemented by a different variant of an example PGE, with a different set of rules, or an example PET. Maybe decisions. Other people are not sure that an example PET has to be obviously statements in order to rules in. I tend to, at the moment, veer towards the latter, but it depends on what the requirements are. From one very simple requirement, then that's something that you can do it. Right? But if you have more sophisticated requirements, certainly an example D3, DDP, so D2, D3 might issues like delegation of authority. If I give my role to you, and you present your role to me, should the CBS validate your role and validate the chain that I gave it to you? Yeah, that's a requirement. What I think we'll do is we'll just call the speakers up one by one, rather than having them all sat in front for you to all to laugh at them and when they're not speaking. We'll give them the privacy to sit and heckle each speaker one by one. Okay. So I'm going to call Diego up first. Okay. So you don't need to sit here for the whole 1.5 hours, Diego, just for the 25 minutes of your presentation, 5 minutes for questions. Okay. A lot of people will know Diego. He's got red irises. Last time I looked, he's actually got black irises today. But
well, I have this T-shirt about that.
Yeah, he's got a black red iris T-shirt. Okay, and that is true. Okay, and he's the chairman of the TF-EMC group, and you can read all about him up there. So, without further ado, we'll hand over to Diego, and here's his presentation. Okay, and I'm going to sit down there and heckle you, and 25 minutes from now, I'll wave my hands.
If you see that time. Just for those of you that know how to read Spanish, here what we have is never pronounce it red iris. You should pronounce it Redidis, Reidi, Regidis, Recidis, or Reidi, but never pronounce it Redidis, but it's okay. Anyway, well, the purpose of this talk is to introduce you what we are doing inside the Verify activity in the Gen2 project. Well, in the AAA task inside the Verify activity in the Gen2 project, in which what we are working is an interfederation suite that we are trying to design to make possible the interoperability among different federations, not only two. Well, the goal of the AA activity within Gen2 was to being able to connect the different already existing federations that were available across the Gen2, the territory going to be covered by the Gen2 network. And the idea is that, and to offer it in a way in which the users will experience a seamless way of access, the resources that would be potentially protected by this. Going from to any kind of resources, and one of our aims, it is not put here, but one of our aims was to include as well some of these other federations that are a little bit apart from the NREN's orbit for the moment, like grids, for example. And we started, as you have there, from this some pilot and some production AAI implementation in the European territory and abroad, and the basic idea that we could not come up with a different federation to join everybody, but the idea was as simple as, well, we have federation, let's go and federate them again. And we came up with the idea of the confederation set up with the idea of making a loose coupling of federations. Well, and what we have been working is in a technological model that supports this. Well, the idea in the EduGain model is to set a set, and that's important because we are not talking about a one single interconnection element per federation. You can use as many as you wish, from one if you want a very centralized connection to the whole infrastructure, to as many as potential IDPs or SPs you are going to have in your federation, that we call the bridging elements. The metadata about the bridging elements, about which users they are able to provide identity for, or which services, or which requirements they have for accessing the service, are published dynamically through through an element that we call the FPP, the Federation Peering Point. And this metadata is distributed using a common EduGain service, which is called the metadata service, the MDS. Well, the metadata is retrieved by the bridging element through an API we call the EduGain Meta Query, by the BE, and there is what we do is to exchange data using the EduGain SAML profiles. We have the commitment of being standard compliance as well. And the trust model, which is also important because it's dynamically established as well, because inside a federation you have trust among the different components of the federation. EduGain allows for dynamically established trust links, temporary trust links, and of course weaker trust links than those inside the federations among the components of different federations. Well, what we have done is gone a bit further. Again, apart from the trust model, apart from the interfederation model, what we have done is to try to define a set of abstract operations that we have been defined using the service-oriented paradigm in order to try to make the potential applications of the EduGain infrastructure somehow independent of the underlying technology. Mainly because we started working with SAML 1.1, and we are in the process. And well, SAML was a moving target in the moment we were beginning to work with. So we had to move to SAML 2.0 in some points, and we did not want the potential application developers to ask them that after 2 years or 1 year of using the EduGain software that was they were forced to switch to a different API. So the idea we define it for the four kind of ports we have defined, which is for accessing the metadata service, for accessing the authentication service, for the attribute exchange, and for the authorization as well. We have defined right now bindings for SAML 1.1 and for SAML 2.0, specifically for metadata. And we have plans for making these bindings evolve as it is required. Well, the general model is as simple as you have a responder, which is connected to, this is a bridging element, which is connected with an identity repository, and a requester, which is connected with the resource. In one moment, there is a connection established, always using TLS, two-way authenticated TLS, and there is a request coming from the requester, and it's a SAML response going back from the responder. What if this requester and responder are not directly connected with the ID repository or this resource, and they are connected inside a whole federation? The adaptation of what happens is something that is also, well, it's up to the local federation, but it's something that EduGain will provide support as well, and we will see it a little bit after. Sorry. In the trust model, what is true, what is key for the trust model to work is what we call the component identifiers. The idea is that each identifier participating in the EduGain cloud has to have a single identifier that that identifies it. So it is possible for each component to know and to be able to assess which is the other component which is peering with. So what we have decided is to establish a naming schema based on URLs that are delegated from the top EduGain registry to the participating federation. And to establish as well that each component has to have an identifier that not only identifies itself among the participants in EduGain, but also about their function inside the EduGain. And of course, they follow. The URL are hierarchical delegated, and they follow the delegation is based on federation. So in the identifier of a certain component, there is its position inside the schema of participating federation, including the federation itself. So to show you some typical identifier, a typical FPP identifier should look like this. There will be the usual prefix URN, /gent, /edugain, /component to identify component. I would say this is the federation peering point for the Starfleet. I am like the one who was mentioned during the opening talk this morning. I'm a Star Trek geek as well, so these examples are around Star Trek as well. So a typical identifier should be the bridging element for the enterprise should look like that, and a potential service provider for the enterprise, in particular for the captain log, should look like that. And of course, there will be the role of the enterprise should appear like that. If you look at it, there is an identifier that is a component, what is for, and where it is located inside the whole EduGain structure. And using these identifiers and using a PKI, which is the other part of the fabric, we are building our EduGain dynamic trust fabric. So the trust fabric is based on specific validation procedures in which there is not only we not only make the normal certificate validation about the trust path evaluation, signatures, revocation, the normal PKI stuff, but there is also a peer identification. So the idea is that EduGain certificates hold the components identifier always, and this component identifier that you have received in the moment of the connection negotiation, or in the moment you are verifying whichever signed material you are receiving, you have to match this component identifier against the metadata. So you receive the metadata, and once you know somebody which is trusted, as the metadata service, is telling you you must connect component X, you receive a certificate that holds that's component X as well. And this, as I've said, this applies to the TLS connections between components, as well as to the verification of XML signed assertions. Well, this is the proposal architecture we have. There is a common edugain CA. The strange squares you see is because this was made in a Mac as well, and this is Windows. Nothing to do with the trust model. And, well, we have a root edugain CA. We propose to have a separate delegate edugain CA per federation in the case there are many bridging elements in a single federation, so it's delegated. But in the case that there is a federation that is willing to participate in a centralized way with a single or a couple bridging elements, and of course, for the case of the servers in the metadata service and for the case of the federation peering points, there is a common edugain that is called edugain sub-CA, because the root one is just signing root certificates. Well, the metadata service, as you can imagine, is one of the core things that the core components in the edugain model is based on a REST interface that is able to transport SAML 2.0 metadata. And this is why we have chosen this, because it looks to us the better way to combine the dynamic metadata model we are seeking in edugain with the possible interoperation with some other infrastructure that I'm using right now, static metadata, as the current shibboleth is doing. And, well, metadata are published through post operations initiated by an FPP, and are retrieved through get operation that are initiated by the certain bridging element that is seeking for some other component to interact with. Look for authentication, look for attributes about the certain users, or look even for getting an authorization decision. Well, there is a specific way of building the URLs, and, well, you have here an example. And again, we use component names, again, inside the URLs as well. So the entity ID that you see there is about the component which is going to be contacted, or the component which is publishing the information, and the query string, in the case there is a retrieval of metadata, holds the data that has been collected somehow about the user who has filed the interaction. Usually, in the normal web single sign-on environment, we're talking about you are going to the wave in terms of the shibboleth traditional jargon, and you're asking some hints the user, instead of presenting a long list of participating organizations, that in this case, since we are federating federations, would need in the best case two steps. One, to asking where federation are you from, and afterwards asking which part of the federation you said you were from, you belong to. The idea is that with this set of hints, in a single step, it will be much more user-friendly. Well, what we have is the operation mapping, as I showed you, is based on SAML 1.1. What they have to do is to profile the standard to fit the abstract parameters we have defined in the operation definition. And again, component identifiers play a key role inside the way in which we are mandating in our profiles that a certain IDP or SP is going to be identified in the connection. Our idea, as I told you, is that SAML 2, the project is a 4 years project. We are still in year 2. And we are committed to produce a first implementation of the infrastructure, well, I would say that any time around summer. So what we're going to do is to produce the SAML 1.1 implementation, and the SAML 2.0 will be available along the lifetime of the project, and we are confident that this abstract definition will protect the application developers of the need of rewriting the code when we change the guts, so to say, of the edugain from SAML 1.1 to SAML 2.0. Specifically, the authentication assertions and the attribute exchange are designed to be 100% shibboleth 1x compatible. So, it would be possible to connect shibboleth resources even, sorry, let's put it a little bit clearer, at least to me, not to you. The idea is that it could be possible for a shibboleth implementation to directly interpret a edugain assertion, and for a shibboleth IDP to directly send what would be accepted by edugain as a valid attribute assertion. And well, we are waiting for shibboleth 2.0 to be available to hopefully do the same. So edugain 2 is going to be fully compatible with shibboleth 2.0 as well. And well, in what relates to the API, in which we are working right now, and there are some pieces of the API already available in the Subversion repository of the Jan2 project, well, we have identified a set of common libraries that are going to be used by all edugain components. So they directly implement the edugain service definition where I was talking about, the abstract one. So they are able to receive all the components, or all the application willing to use edugain will see always the same interface, and they will be adapted into actual protocol by the edugain libraries. And well, the essential building blocks we have defined as one for the separate all the validation procedures, or for the layer of adaptation regarding the abstract service definition, and two for metadata management, either publishing, either querying. This is an idea of the layer model that we are going for to use for implementation. In top of it, there is the component logic. In the bottom layer, you have well, all the components around SOAP, TLS, XML signature, etc. And our plans is to use, of course, if we can, the shibboleth compatible components, or those components that are used by shibboleth in this situation. So we find the least incompatibilities possible. On top of it, there will be a SAML library that is going to be open SAML, and the set of edugain libraries directly interacting with the component logic. And when it comes to profiles, we have defined for the moment 2 profiles according to the request. We have had, well, either internally, because we are running our services as well in the European entrance, or coming from potential user areas. So a profile is what defines the precise rules and exchange of messages to accomplish a certain use case. And we have defined 2. One is defined to web single sign-on. The idea is that a single sign-on made in the Spanish Federation would be recognized as well, even in the case we are not using shibboleth right now, will be even recognized in, so to say, the Switch Federation, the Switch AAI. We're making it shibboleth compatible. We are using the same mechanisms that shibboleth mandates. And we are working as well on a profile dedicated for an automated client or autonomous client, in which there is a client which does not need human interaction to get authenticated and to act. Mainly because of our colleagues of Jerry 1 in Jan 2 that are deploying this kind of or planning to deploy this kind of agents as in measurements points to monitor and get data about the network. So we're talking about others. One is what we are end up calling extended web single sign-on. The idea is that allow the send of post data. I guess this is more or less covered by one of the SAML2 profiles, but we have to check it a little bit. The idea is that when you, right now in web single sign-on, when you send a request for authentication, you are not signing it. So the IDP has to somehow cannot establish that the data sent has not been tampered in the way to the IDP. The idea is to enhance security there. We are thinking about how to deal with non-web applications, thinking about allowing for a web single sign-on that will allow afterwards access to other non-web application, email reading, for example, or access to disks shared on the network or whatever. And there is a new activity that is going to be started inside GN2, and hopefully somebody will be presenting next year, which is called DAME, that intends to enable the use of an edugaming infrastructure from the Roman client. So connecting the EduROM infrastructure and the way in which you can access the network with the whole fabric of the AAI. Well, just to give you an idea, I'm not going through the because I'm not sure if I'm running out of time. No, it's okay. So I can go a little bit on it. So just to give you an idea, this is the kind of set of interactions we envisage in the case of the web single sign-on. There's the remote federation using internal procedure, which is the arrow level 1, will connect the adapter, the bridging element, that will make the magic first to determine which home BE has to connect, connecting to the edugaming metadata service, and adapt the request coming from the internal federation that I insist does not necessarily know anything about edugaming, and make a request, which is a web redirect, which is the 5, will be a web redirect which is compatible with the CBOLF format, to the other side, be in charge of adapting for the home of the user, the federation at the home of the user. There will be a set of interactions back inside the home federation, whatever they are. This is something that we don't know about, and the response will be transformed again into something green, which is the 14 down there. That something green is a summary assertion with an edugaming component identified inside in format of XML, of signed XML, and will be sent back. And on the other side, again, the servlet, the component in charge of dealing with the remote federation will transform it again in a format able to be consumed by the remote resource. This is the case in which we're talking about the automated client. In the idea is that there is an initial interaction, which is what we call the authentication init. In the authentication init, the client is sending a preloaded X509 certificate containing, among other things, as you may expect, an edugaming component identifier to the home domain, and then it gets an authentication response when this certificate is validated. That contains a fresh handle, so to say, that can be used by the client in the interactions after that to establish its identity, and providing the possibility that what is called in personnel the authentication service, which is the RAS you see there, make a check looking for the validity of the authentication statement or yes, it is optional, additional attributes about the user. Well, just to finish, tell you that we are right now implementing the edugaming APIs. If you are curious about this, in the Subversion repository of the GN2 project, they are available. And I guess there is a public access, but still they're in I would say they are in a pre-alpha state. So we are trying to polish as much as we can the profiles. We are in a very close contact with the Jerry One team, and in fact we are widening a little bit our contacts, and we are discussing as well with people from Internet too as well the use cases, specifically in the case of the automated clients and all the like. We are moving in a little bit more slippery ground. We are preparing the first version of a cookbook, providing the guidelines for how to deploy the infrastructure, how to connect your existing federation with edugaming, and how would you implement components if you are willing to do so for an individual connection. The idea is to run the first pilot around the fourth quarter of this year. we have, well, my idea is that we have a common wiki which is providing service for the whole GRE5 community. I guess the first EduGain-enabled service will be that, mainly because it is protected right now using a technology which is not shibboleth, and will provide a real demonstrator for the whole staff. We are trying to establish links with other potential user communities outside of our project. So we have I am trying to convince, for example, some grid guys to have a look on this. We have contacts as well with several projects like Lobster, some other more industrial projects like we are participating in with like one called Osiris, which is dealing as well with open source components building and all the like. And well, policy is still on its way. We are taking advantage that our colleagues in EduRoam are really blazing the trail for us because they are very similar. So it's something that for the moment we have kept apart, and we are concentrating right now on the technology issue. So from my part, on my side, this is all. So thank you very much. And you have any question or comment?
Okay, any questions to Diego? Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Well, that's
yes,
rescued
I
in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. There you go. Okay, so we move on to the next one now. And the next one is Stefan Winter. Okay, I'll just get your presentation up for you, Stefan, and then. There we are. Okay. So, as you can see, Stefan is an R&D engineer with Restina in Luxembourg. Yeah? And he's going to talk about the use of SAML in the EduCain AII architecture. So here we are. Now, again, 25 minutes for the talk, and then 5 minutes for questions at the end. And I'll keep a reasonable lookout on the time.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon. This talk is about how we use SAML in EduGain. You have already heard from Diego what EduGain is all about, very thoroughly. And this talk is going to go into the nuts and bolts, and we see how is the EduGain backend realized. I will first give a short overview of EduGain. I keep it real short because you have heard more than enough of that from Diego already, so I couldn't do anything better. Then we look at the abstract operations we provide within EduGain. And then I'm going to show you what is SAML 1.1 all about. And that's the easy part. The more tricky part will be how do our requirements from EduGain be mapped into SAML 1.1. We will see that there are some parts where it doesn't exactly fit and where we would like to move on to SAML 2.0 very soon. And we will identify where these problems lie. This is going to be in two parts. One part is the message flow in SAML. We'll see how it works. We'll see what doesn't work for EduGain. And the second part is what is transported inside these messages. It's called an assertion. And we'll take a brief look at the SAML assertions and things we would like to have in SAML 1.1 which aren't there. Now, the overview is going to be real short. So I have cut down Diego's first slide into one single sentence. What is EduGain's goal? It's to connect existing identity federations. You've heard of that already. So we are building a superstructure above all those federations that exist, and we enable them to transmit messages from one to another and back. To do that, we have to solve quite a few problems. The biggest one, we have to find the federation to deal with. Not every endpoint knows every other endpoint in EduGain. So if I come here to Italy and want to access a resource, I can't reasonably expect to know the Italian guys, hey, I would have to contact the Gastina IDP, because, well, Gastina isn't that well known. And we have to find a way to actually find who shall I contact to get assertions about this entity. And Diego already told you this is what our metadata service is about. And Diego told you that we are using this REST interface and not SAML. And we will see in a moment why. The next thing we have to do, we will at times have to convert messages between federations. Those that are Shibboleth-based are not affected by this. Shibboleth to Shibboleth can talk rather easily. But imagine different federations speaking different dialects of SAML or even something else. Then we have to mediate between the federations and actually transform their messages. Then another thing Educate has to do is to establish the trust between federations. Diego already said that it is going to be a weaker trust than within the federation. And this has a relatively simple reason. We can in most cases only give transitive trust, which means Federation A trusts Edugain and Edugain trusts Federation B. This must be enough for Federation A to trust Federation B. Unfortunately, there is not a lot we can do about this. With one notable exception, when Shibboleth talks to Shibboleth, there is the possibility of end-to-end security by using XML signatures. We have to be careful about not breaking this end-to-end security, but in this special occasion, we could achieve it. Well, and one more goal we want to achieve real hard is that we hide most of the things we do behind a simple Java library so that the federations don't actually have to deal with this SAML stuff. They just use their Java library. It survives the transition from SAML 1.1 to SAML 2.0. And hopefully nobody has to see a lot of this. Now, the Edugain abstract operations we defined, that are 4 pieces. First, we want to deal with authentication assertions. Then we have the metadata service Diego talked about. You will find this in the first version of this deliverable, DJ522, as the home location service. Actually, it does a little more than just finding the home location, so it was reasonable to rename it to a metadata service. And this is how you will find it named in later versions of DJ522. We are currently preparing a 522 BIS document with updated definitions, and there you will see the metadata service. Another thing we do is caring about the attribute release between federations and to actually perform an authorization. What we did in the architecture document is to make a generic definition that does not necessarily have to use SAML 1.1, but it can. So SAML 1.1 is one of the ways how we can realize Edugain. And this talk is going to be about what we did. Okay, so let's look at what SAML 1.1 is in a general way. First, it is an OASIS standard, which means it is an open standard. It was designed to do authentication, attribute release, and authorization. And it's mainly a few XML schemas that define how a well-formed XML document has to look if it is a SAML document. And it's made up of 2 parts. The SAML protocol, so to exchange SAML messages, what message constructs are there, how are they used. And the second one about SAML assertions, which is what is transmitted within these protocol messages. And this is pretty much the core we care about. But it's not just a set of XML schemas. There are also rules attached to it, what may be put into a SAML message. Not just from a syntactical point of view, but also from a semantical point of view. And some of these rules don't exactly come in handy. Then what SAML provides is for 3 of our 4 operations already something very suitable. It can transport authentication assertions, it can transport attribute assertions, and the outcome of authorization decisions. One important thing to note is that SAML 1.1 does not want to deal with authentications itself. It's just about authentication assertions, which means you can ask, do you know this guy? And you get the answer yes or no. But you cannot say, here is his username, here is his password, please validate it. This is declared as out of scope for SAML 1.1. Now, if you have SAML 1.1 at home, you have all those schemas, you have the rules, but this alone doesn't bring you very far. The value of SAML lies in that you have to really put flesh into this specification. It says you what you're allowed to do, and to actually use it, you have to define what am I going to do with it. And this is the SAML profile of edugain. We take what we would have like in edugain and look what can we do with SAML and how do we do it. Now, this is the first part, the message flow within SAML. How does it work? How do SAML entities interact with each other? And you can see this as pretty much a typical client-server protocol. One of the entities is the client. He wants to know something. We also call him requester. And he issues a SAML request message to the server. He will do its internal processing and eventually will respond with a response. Now, this looks incredibly simple and straightforward, and like nothing could possibly be wrong with it. But there is something wrong with it. The point is, if you are using this in a federation, the client doesn't necessarily know who he is supposed to talk to. The example with me being in Italy and the IDP being the Vestina offices, well, it doesn't know this beforehand. So the process breaks exactly there with the first message. So this is where the metadata service has to come in to first find out where do we have to go to. But the really bad news is SAML 1.1 doesn't help you a bit in this case. You are on your own. So this is already the first point where we say we aren't probably able to include this metadata service into SAML. We have to use something else. Well, we actually had a different choice. We could have extended the SAML schemas to fit our needs, to include a home location or metadata service into SAML. This would have meant redefining most of SAML. And when we redefine most of SAML, we don't have SAML anymore. We have something else, something different. And we would already then lose interoperability with Shibboleth, for example. So the second option, not to use SAML at all, was chosen. And we used this REST-based publication and retrieval mechanism. And this is how we exchange the metadata. Okay, the good news is SAML 2.0 has an own means of transporting metadata information. And we actually use parts of the SAML 2 specification within this HTTP REST. So we are already moving forward in this. Now, let's assume client and server know how to talk to each other. They know each other. What will they exchange within requests and responses? And this is where SAML assertions come in. A SAML message contains one or more SAML assertions. And as the names suggest, there are three that are particularly interesting for edugain. This is the authentication query and authentication statement, attribute query and statement, and authorization decision query and statement. So these are the three parts we use in edugain. Now, this slide is called nuts and bolts, and don't be afraid, it's not going to get any more XML-ish. It's just this one slide. It just goes to show you these nice boxes I showed in the slide before. They're already very close to the code. This is what actually will come out of it. What you see in the first line is that there is some XML element request actually belonging to the SAML protocol namespace, abbreviated SAMLP. And in this case, it contains just one authentication query, which belongs to the assertion namespace. So this is pretty much what goes on the wire. Of course, the three dots are filled, and the signature won't read that beef. What you see here is also this signature. You can sign a SAML request and a response, but of course, a signature is supposed to break if someone tampers with your message. Unfortunately, the job of edugain at times is to tamper with messages because they have to be exchanged between federations that may speak a different dialect. So as soon as you change something of the content, your signature gets pretty much void. So this is one point where we have to pay close attention. Okay, what was wrong about the assertions we have in SAML 1.1? The first thing is about the authentication query. When we defined the abstract operations in edugain, there was an optional parameter in it. It wasn't necessarily to be used in every transaction, but we wanted to keep the door open for actually performing an authentication. Now, as I've said before, SAML 1.1 doesn't want you to perform authentications with it. So this is kind of a problem. Again, our choice would have been to redefine most of the SAML namespace, to include our own element that allows you to transport the username, password, or whatever. But again, we would be moving out of pure SAML with this one. Another thing is, finding the IDP, not supported at all. We had to move completely out of SAML with this. And, well, there's this trust point. It's really difficult for something like Edugain to establish an end-to-end trust. We can do it, as I said, with Shibboleth to Shibboleth, but to be very fair, this is not a problem of SAML 1.1. This is a problem of the topic. As soon as you're bridging between federations, they don't speak the same dialect, you will run into problems with that. Now, there was one more problem. It hurt a little more than the authentication query. This wasn't the authorization decision query. There are different federations out there. And some of these federations don't have the concept of a separate attribute release. So in this chain, we usually use authentication, attribute release, authorization. The middle step is missing. So what these federations do, if they need attributes, is they say authenticate, then authorize, and there is a hint. If you think you need some attributes to actually perform the authorization, then retrieve them at some other place. And this is where we ran into problems with SAML 1.1, because such a routing hint, let's call it like that, is not there. So this is where we really were struggling with it, and it's just not possible within SAML 1.1, so we had to think of something else. The solution was to borrow something from the Open Grid Services architecture, for which I thank David Chadwick. Great opportunity that he's chair here. I never had the opportunity to thank him before, because they have pretty much come across the same problems with the authorization decisions in SAML 1.1. And they have defined an element, the extended authorization decision query. This contains all the elements we need. You can transport your hint with it. And we can use this instead of the default SAML 1.1 authorization decision query. This now brings us to the point where I said before we have to pay good attention. Using this element, again, brings us in the problem that we have to redefine parts of the SAML messages. And if we use this element, we are going to lose end-to-end trust if it's used in a Shibboleth to Shibboleth configuration. Why is that so? Well, the figure is not too complicated, I hope. Let's assume a requester wants to sign his message in Shibboleth, and he issues an authorization decision query in SAML, brings it to his remote bridging element, and then there are two cases. If the place to ask is in the same federation, well, they don't need Edugain. They can just do their stuff. The signature is all right, no problem. But if this message has to be transported elsewhere, we have to use the extended authorization decision query from the OGSA namespace. And then we got a message that was signed in SAML. First unfortunate thing is the namespace is going to change. We are going to the OGSA namespace, and even the name of the element changes. We are going from authorization decision query to extended authorization decision query. So if there is a signature present, it will break. And in this point, we will fall back from the end-to-end security to the transitive trust. So this is where the bad extensibility of SAML 1.1 really could break things. Luckily, the authorization decision part is not going to be used very extensively, especially because it only comes into play when you have to ask another federation for attributes. So we don't see this as a big problem for now, especially since we are moving to SAML 2.0 very soon. And after all, we are doing the Edugain v1 prototype implementation and see how this works out. Now, what's the road ahead? Let's first take a look at the road before. How did we get here? Why did we choose SAML 1.1? SAML 2.0 was in a heavy development until very recently. So when we did the design decision, SAML 1.1 was the one largely deployed. There were quite a few implementations of it. And so this seemed the way to go. Also, pretty much all federation software was using SAML 1.1, especially Shibboleth. So it was a very good idea to stick to SAML 1.1 in this point as well. Then the next problem is, even if we had liked to go to SAML 2.0, at this point in time, there was no really publicly available, preferably open source implementation of SAML 2.0. So even if we would have wanted to code something, there was nothing to code with. So that was how Edugain ended up with SAML 1.1, and it was a very reasonable choice. But we are already looking forward to overcoming some of the problems that SAML 1.1 imposes and move on to SAML 2.0, as Diego already said. Okay, SAML 2.0 has a few bits in it that really suit us better. There is a specific metadata transport defined for SAML 2.0. We already, let's say, cut and pasted something out of it and use it in the metadata service we have right now here already. So this is a point where SAML 2.0 is already coming into the Edugain V1 implementation. SAML 2.0 is said to be easier to extend than SAML 1.1, so you don't break that much of stuff if you just want to change one element. Also looking forward to that. And we have at least better quality implementation of OpenSAML 2. We are currently using OpenSAML 1 for the version 1 implementation. So with the advent of OpenSAML 2, we can keep to the same software stack. And we are looking forward to it getting finished. Well, and then comes a little surprise. We are not the only ones who discovered that the authorization is not going to work out quite well. Even the SAML 2 developers. And the point is now that the authorization decision query is still in the SAML 2 specifications, but even the people designing it say, well, there is some specific framework to do this. It might be better to move to XACML. And if even the guys themselves say it, that's quite something. So very probably authorization decision query might move out of SAML. So to come to a rather early end, I expected it to take longer. SAML 1.1 does a pretty good job. We can realize most of the things we want. What I presented were really the stones you could fall over if you don't pay attention. And it's just like a suit that just doesn't fit. It's okay, you can use it, but you look for something better very soon. And we're really looking forward to the SAML 2.0 implementations and to make Edugain V2 happen. Okay, so that's it. And if you have any questions.
We've got another red iris. I don't know what colour the red iris is. Oh, red. Okay, excellent. We've got a red iris coming next. Jose Murcia. Manuel, sorry. And he's going to talk about tools for plumbing, and specifically a tool that will help you find out that a SAML artifact is working correctly and giving correct messages. So without further ado, we'll get your talk onto the slide, which is Hello SAML. Okay. Okay, this is an Acrobat one, it's not PowerPoint, so that's...
It's PDF.
Yeah, it's PDF, yeah. So I don't know whether you can make it any bigger than that. Or maybe that... Yeah. Okay, so you've got a good 25 minutes, you can even have an extra 5 minutes.
Thank you for the introduction, and let me try to put it. Yes. Well, this presentation is about tools for AAI plumbers. This concept, I think it was invented perhaps by Mr. Klingenstein, and the concept of plumbing applied to AAIs. In the agenda of this presentation, I have these 4 items. First, why is this integration of AAIs needed? Then I'll talk to you about the R framework, and I will describe you the Hello SAML service, which uses R with SAML-specific profiles. Finally, I will talk to you about the plans we have for these tools. First, why do we need this integration of AAIs? First, because there are many AA systems in place, and we need interoperation among these systems. There are also new applications like grids, libraries that are demanding and using AI, and each of them are doing it their own way. Also, the mobility of users is increasing, and there is a clear need also for AI and this mobility applications such as EduRoam. For these problems, or for solving this, for integrating AAI, there are many efforts. And there are what they call AAI plumbers, and these plumbers need tools for doing their job. This picture has been taken from a presentation by Ken. First tool I was mentioning is R. This tool is being developed by Rediris as one of the activities of the TFM6² Terena task force. It was originally created in the T-phase, previous charter of T-phase, and the purpose was to set up a reference implementation to evaluate this interoperability of existing AI systems. This tool is written in Java and uses XML for controlling the behavior of the tool and defining the profiles it uses. For the SAML protocol adapter, now I will explain what is an adapter. It uses OpenSAML library. All right. This is the architecture of R. There are 5 components that we can see in this architecture. There is a configuration processor that is in charge of reading profile data, and then instantiating a profile manager who will control both a protocol adapter and a rule processor. These components are the ones that do everything. The protocol adapter is the part that can be adapted for any protocol. And at the moment, there are 2 protocol adapters, one for SAML and another for PAPI. And the other component at the right is the rule processor, who controls the behavior of the system. There is also a diagnostics module that where we have all the logs of the operation performed by ER. The root processor can load data from an external source. And HelloSAML is a tool built using R with specific SAML profiles. The idea of this tool was born in the SAML development mailing list when someone was asking about a tool for testing if its SAML deployment was working okay. So we saw that building such a tool with R was not very difficult, and we created specific profiles for this tool, for HelloSAML. We have this service online, and everyone that wants to use this tool is able to use it. The idea of HelloSAML was to let the implementers create responder services so that they can send requests to this responder. Also, to send requests from the HelloSAML interface to their own responder services. And of course, just to see what happened in this interaction between HelloSAML and these services the deployers want to, and the implementers want to test. This is the HelloSAML architecture. It consists of an APG server with PHP, and there is a MySQL database behind. In this database, we store the information of the user accounts and the like. And apart, we have R, and the tool is configured with a profile for the responder and 3 profiles for the requester. For each of these requester profiles, there are templates that are loads and uses. The user can control the tool, just like I have said before, sending request to a responder. The user can control, and it also the user can also send a request to a responder configured in HelloSAML, the service. This is the profile for the responder in HelloSAML. This is more or less common to all the profiles for R. In this case, we have a rule set named HelloSAML responder that have different states. Each state have different rules. Inside each rule, we can verify if different conditions are matched, and if so, we do certain actions. In this case, we are asking if we received a SAML authentication query, and if that is the case, we will create a response, a SAML authentication response, adding this information to the fields of the response, of the SAML response. Then we have another action that is to go to another state. named get hello SAML. There is another rule with conditions, with different conditions, with different actions, and this is the way we can modulate the behavior of the responder. In the case of our request, it is quite similar. We have a rule set. In this case, it is for verifying that we received a SAML authentication query. In an initial state, we check if we received that query. In that case, no, sorry. This is the profile for the requester. In this case, what we do is to send a request to a responder service. So what we do in the first rule is just it has no conditions, just the action, and we create the action, and the SAML authentication query that we are going to send is taken from a template file with this that looks like this one. We can, of course, here also change the values of the response of the request we want to send. This is how the interface looks like. In this case, we have the screen for the responder part. How we can launch the responder, and it will be listening at a specific port, and we can send the SAML request to that port. The requester part of the Hello SAML interface is like this. We can say what URL is a responder service is listening at, and choose the type of request we want to send. And this is the logs part of the interface, where we can see what happened during the operation we performed. Just if we send the request, it will appear here. If we received a response. In the contrary, if we are waiting for a request, if we receive one, we will see here what happens. And these are the plans for R. Currently, for the SAML protocol adapter, we are using OpenSAML 1.1. We plan to support SAML 2 for next version of R. We also want to have an R with multiple threads, because now there is only one thread for each profile. So if we want to have several profiles, we have to have several instances of our and we want to integrate R with Eclipse so that we can validate security properties in deployment of web services. And we also want to include a set of profiles for the use of the users. These profiles will include the profiles I have showed before of Hello SAML, and also the ones for Edugain, Shegoleth, and Papi. And the plans for Hello SAML are just to add the support for SAML 2 also. We want to enhance the possibilities for the user to configure the requester and the responder to be more flexible in what respects to configuration. We also want to improve the handling of logs and the way the information provided in all the processes can be seen by the users. And we would like also to create a Hello Educate service. We are here. We are open to hear your suggestions if you have. And just to finish, if you want to test the service, just request an account. And these are the addresses for the Hello SAML, the R tool. And if you want to contact us, this is the email address as well. If you have any comments, any questions?
Okay, well, we've got plenty of time for questions now to all three speakers. Don't make the assumption no one's going to get that.
Don't run away.
Otherwise, we're going to have an extremely long coffee break. Okay, good, great. We've got one question. Ingrid.
No coffee, no lacing about in this country.
Right.
It's a question for you, but I guess it goes as much for the others as well. You're saying Samuel is good for you, so we should all go home and do that. But Samuel 2.0, when will there be support? Because there is support in the commercial world for it. It's just that the open solutions are coming up now. So when do you expect to support it?
I can talk only about the support in these tools. I think that when OpenSAML 2.0 is stable. Now it's a technology preview, and I think in a few months it will be.
Let me comment a couple of things. We are waiting precisely, and in fact, some of the people working in Educate are collaborating with the guys developing OpenSAML 2.0. That's for the first time. With respect to the commercial software availability, I'm not sure. I don't know if they are covering 100% SAML, but anyway. You know that the commercial software, they say, well, we are fully compliant, et cetera, and you have to install afterwards in 3 months, you have to install patches and new versions and all the like. When? Well, the beta is over. As far as I can tell, I'm not in the OpenSAML 2.0 team, but the beta is over. It's out. We have been compiling it. It runs, and as far as I can tell, there is some aspect dealing with the signatures or all the like that are missing yet. But I would say that around summer there will be available. This is for OpenSAML. Once OpenSAML is you can run it off the box. You need federations, I mean academic federations in general running OpenSAML 2, SAML 2, which is as long as I know, all the academic federations now in production are running SAML 1. And those of them who are in production running SAML 1 and who have thousands of users as the switch one or in common, maybe, or MAMS as well, I guess, maybe they will be more careful than usual in embracing moving to a new product, just in case. And I would say that, for example, Educate with SAML 2.0, it could be easy to do because what we are going to make is a pilot deployment. But in general, with the other ones, maybe it was to take until next year, maybe, or so. I don't know. This is something that maybe Ken or Alec that are over there, or maybe Willie, if he's over here, could answer you about their plans about implementing that.
an answer and then a question. On OpenSAML 2.0, I expect it to be out of the, what was that wonderful phrase, technology preview or something like, in just a couple of weeks. I think it's pretty close to being done, and we want to get the beta of SHIB 2.0 out this summer, which means OpenSAML has got to be pretty rock solid by then. So I think that's our time frame. We don't anticipate moving in common over to SAML 2.0 until the end of the year, though, because I think we're just trying to get some peering going. One of the things we need to do is get SAML 2.0 approved by the federal government so that we can peer. They're one step back. They're at 1.0, I believe, is their standard currently. So that's a little bit of the stuff. But I think by the end of this year, it should all be pretty well done. And as some of us have been exchanging emails about the community of developers in this space is growing significantly. And so I think we're doing well there. The question then is,
do things like EduGain presume that we've already signed interfederation peering agreements as legalisms and now are moving nimbly to execute those peering agreements? Because everybody's been saying the policy will follow later.
Yeah.
Which is, kind of like, sure.
Which is, which is intentionally, it was meant to say so, and just so. I mean, for the moment, EduGain, as far as I can see, EduGain does not mandate a certain policy model. EduGain is only it's basically the metadata service, the way in which you establish trust based on the EduGain Trust Fabric, dynamically, and that's all. The way in which a certain federation could become a member of EduGain, or whether a federation would decide to accept a certain set of assertions or attributes or requests coming from some other federation or some other, in terms of EduGain, of the EduGain staff, some other component identifier prefixes. It's up to the federations. If EduGain does not pretend to be a federation federating federations. It pretends to be the framework to establishing agreements, maybe bilateral agreements between the federations, or or to look for a higher body protecting. But that's up to the federations. We are not mandating. In the technology, it's completely neutral in what relates to that. Apart from that, something that has come to my mind when Stefan was presenting which is the name, the things we want to change from for example, from the authorization, talking about it would be wise to use SACML instead of SAML for the authorization. Something that came to my mind is that in DAME, in the project for connecting the EduROM with EduGain, the idea is that we are going to use SACML to express access rules to express user rights to access EduROM in a special way according to what EduGain has. So we're moving in that direction as well.
I mean, actually, just on that last point, there's actually two issues with XSACML. One is the richness of the interface for making an authorization request in terms of the XSACML request context, and that's better than SAML because it gives you a richer request and it gives you a richer response. So that's one issue. And then the other issue is actually how you specify the policy for access as well. So they're two separate things. Yeah, go on, Ken.
Maybe I can just talk loud. I would want to point out that the Australians have built a very good piece of work that validates that your XACML policy actually does what you thought it was going to. Because when you write a policy in XACML, it's very likely that it's not going to actually execute the way you want it. So their policy verifier is a very useful contribution in this space.
And does it output natural language? Or does it output?
I haven't executed it yet
send a pointer to the EMC.
Yeah. I mean, we have a similar thing with our. We turn the XML into pseudo-natural language so that the person can see what the policy. So those are the sorts of things you need. Is you need the person to be able to put the policy in some as natural language way as possible. For the system to then convert that into the XML policy language, and then for the system to turn it back into what its interpretation of the pseudo-natural language is, so the person can actually read what the system has interpreted. So you've done a full circle then, from taking from the user into the encoding, hexagonal coding, and then printing back into natural language that the user can understand, and he can say, well, is it printing back more or less the same as what I put in? And now I know that it understands the same policy as what I want it to do. So those are the sorts of tools that we need to be producing. Okay. I think there's a question over here. I don't know if the question's gone now, but did I see someone down there put their hand up? Yeah.
Just a remark on the interfederation policy thing. We have a little bit more practical experience with single federation policies in the ADROM area. So that was the basic for writing down policy rules that are almost more weak than the special policies and a more limited area of the federation that is part of the confederation then. In the AI area, this is a little bit more difficult right now as we have a couple of different AIs in operation right now, but it's also not a very big set of AIs. So what we are doing right now in GIE5 is we are looking on interfaces to Shibboleth, to ASelect, to FEIDE, the Norway stuff, and to PAPI. So these are the systems that are currently in operation, and they have, of course, already policies that are written to get these AIs operational in their environments. What is now probably necessary is to figure out what parts of this policy have to be taken into a confederation policy. So this is still, of course, one of the things we not really started to work on. So we have foreseen these things later this year to have something in autumn also, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any more comments from people? General observations in this area? Okay. Well, on that we'll close. We're back in here for the second session in this series, which is 4 o'clock, I believe. So have a coffee break, and we'll see you back in just over 30 minutes.
So, welcome to the last federation session. We have now had 2 sessions about federations and technologies for federated identity. Identity federations are fabrics that are institution-oriented. They basically rely on user databases in the institutions. But there are also fabrics that are not following the boundaries of the institutions. Fabrics like virtual organizations and grids. And this session is about how to make those institution-oriented federations to serve VOs and grids as well. And our first speaker is John Paul Robinson from University of Alabama at Birmingham. Please.
Thank you. So I'm going to be talking a little bit, giving an overview of a system environment that we've constructed with Shibboleth that we call MyVox, and how we've extended that out into the grid space with some collaboration with the GridShib folks. First, a little overview of the virtual organization and some of our architectural motivations, and then on into the design and the integration components with the GridShib, and a little bit of insight on what it takes to bring applications into this space, and of course some future directions that we're interested in. Before I get too far into it, this work has been funded by the NSF Middleware Initiative, and we've had many collaborators around the globe that we've worked with. And in general, what's been really helpful is the spirit of collaboration in the Internet 2 community that's made a lot of this possible. To start off with a very light overview of collaborations, we all know that collaborations are critical to effective research, and that overall they're designed to coordinate individuals' interests. That contributes to their shared insights, and most importantly, collaborations tend to be self-organized and autonomous, and that drives a lot of the solution space. So we can make a general statement that the collaborations that are most successful are the ones that combine the skills, interests, and resources of the collaborators. This leads us into the virtual organization space, which virtual organizations can be really viewed as a manifestation of collaborations that oftentimes, or more often than we'd like to acknowledge, cross institutional boundaries, and that's why we tend to be in this federated space to begin with. The virtual organizations, just like their collaborations, are autonomous. They want to remain independent and be able to carry out their internal functions. And on the technical side, you can really kind of distill virtual organizations down to collections of attributes. And that tends to make them a little bit easier to deal with from the technology point. There are a lot of realities that this kind of forces us into, is that even though they like to be autonomous, virtual organizations want to lighten their load. They don't want to repeat a lot of work that's already been done elsewhere. And so they want to use federated attributes as much as they can. They, as much as they want to use other people's attributes, they don't want to have to deal with a lot of problems that come with using other people's attributes, inconsistent policies and information release policies. Because ultimately they are influence poor, and they have little hope of finding sponsors for their own attributes at other institutions, and so they kind of want to just run the show themselves. And that, in effect, makes them a lot like real organizations. No organization wants to be limited in their internal operations by some dictates of external organizations. So our motivation behind our system environment was really to build this environment that would enable the collaboration space by allowing us to build virtual organizations that span the institutional boundaries. The guiding principles that we followed were a lot based on what we were seeing going on in the web application space. You can't really look around the web today without acknowledging that web-based collaboration applications are really driving the collaboration solution space. You can't see like Flickr or Delicious and not recognize that. The ultimate goal, of course, is to avoid recreating existing tools. You'll be programming your life away if you try to duplicate functionality that already exists out there. Another goal, of course, in the attribute sharing space is to leverage as much of the existing infrastructure that's available sticking to standards and openness when you can. Standards, of course, being very important so that you can plug and play your components. And not forgetting that we're really trying to lower collaboration barriers and not increase them. And a lot of that happens by leaving the user in control of their collaboration. So under leveraging existing infrastructure, we of course have Shibboleth for identity management and attribute distribution. It's a fairly proven solution, and it does a lot of a powerful federation of attributes. We have a wealth, as I mentioned, the wealth of applications that are out there, and we have a wealth of open source web applications that we should really try to leverage for our VO collaboration interfaces. Again, not trying to recreate code that already exists and does a great job. Moving off of the web, we have Globus for distributed computation, and then, of course, we're going to be talking about how we've leveraged GridShib to bind Shibboleth and Globus together. This brings us into the MyVox space, and the ultimate goal of MyVox being that we wanted to extend our collaboration tool environment, leveraging institutional identity assertions, but leaving the VO in control of their own attribute management. So our goal, support VOs. We want to have this be something that can be driven by the end user, and yet the attributes can, as needed, can come from home institutions, and have a space where we have some initial collaboration tools that people can explore and kind of get a feeling for what we're doing inside the MyVox environment. So now I'll do a real quick but colorful, hopefully, overview of the MyVox environment. And a point that's central to it, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier, is that VOs are attributes, and so what we're trying to do here is manage those attributes. Looking inside, we see that the attributes we're really talking about, of course, are users, the virtual organizations, the members of those virtual organizations, and the roles that individuals play in those virtual organizations. As is typical, you can extend those, or you can offer those attributes that you've collected to any number of applications. And adding, this is not really stepping outside any system environment that you've seen before. What's really different in our environment is, well, we've combined some useful, I guess we consider them useful applications to collaborations, the mailing list, a wiki, a content management system, a file manager, and of course being able to extend that out into other applications that you might want to leverage. What breaks, or let's say what breaks the mold a little bit, I guess, is where we have chosen to use Shibboleth for our attribute distribution between our applications. So now we're binding our application space together with standard off-the-shelf Shibboleth components. And what that gives us is not only the ability to share attributes in between applications, but these applications can, of course, be cross-institutional as well. They can be hosted by different application service providers, and distinct from the attribute concentration point. The one exception here, or let's say the one special case, is our mailing list. And the reason why it's special is because the mailing list has a special relationship with the attribute store. It actually forms the foundation of our attribute store. So what we're looking at internally inside our mailing list is, or let's say inside the attribute store, is really we're talking about users, lists, list members, and list roles. And the reason we followed that approach is because mailing lists are kind of a natural tool for collaboration, and they do some interesting things that make them very useful. The first thing that they do is that they specify a collection of individuals that have some common interest, a named interest point, let's say. Beside that, they also go a little bit further to define some interesting or useful roles that you can use inside of a mailing list. You have your default member, you have your moderator, and you have the list owner. And also they are autonomous. There's not a lot that you need to do to set up a mailing list somewhere. A lot of service providers will offer you a mailing list for free. We also chose Sampa because Sampa is a well-developed mailing list environment, and it supported Shibboleth to the degree that we needed support for Shibboleth, and the developer community of Sampa was interested in helping us build this environment, and therefore interested in us, or let's say in helping us make the modifications that were necessary, some minor modifications, in order to support this more effectively. And so what we wind up with by using the mailing list as the VO core is essentially letting people manage mailing lists the way they do today through a familiar web interface, and they can manage their membership and their membership privileges and are effectively managing VOs by doing so. Getting back to our little picture here, we can start to move away from thinking about the mailing list as special, especially when we're talking about the web interface, and we can treat our web interface to our mailing list environment just as another application inside the system environment. So what we're really looking at now is more of a virtual organization attribute authority, and rather than thinking about what the attributes are internally, we'll keep talking about them as VO attributes, and have our VO identity provider and our VO service provider protecting the applications in our system environment. So we'll just ignore the internals of the attribute authority for right now and kind of see that we've developed this VO space, the little gray border around the outside, where we can have this consistent attribute environment available for our applications. I'll make a little bit more room. The interesting part about this is how do you actually get into this VO space? Well, what we did is we protected the VO space by another shibboleth service provider. And this framework is what we are calling MyVox. This bordered, I guess it's kind of almost orange on the screen. But getting into this space with a shibboleth service provider and having this consistent set of attributes is the MyVox area. So I'll draw a little bit more, and what we see here is that we actually can now leverage multiple home identity providers, either institutional identity providers, or we have openidp.org, which is the commonly known like Home for the Homeless. And now we have an identity space that can deliver users into this collaboration space, and the collaboration space can provide a combination of attributes. So here are our list of identity providers. The user may come from one of them, say UAB. They are now identified as a user. The MyVox space combines that with their virtual organization and membership and roles, and then those attributes are available consistently to the applications in our collaboration environment. So a lot of this is driven by, let's say the user interaction is driven by Shibboleth, and it's a very standard Shibboleth experience. For those of you unfamiliar with it, I'll just step through it real briefly. But basically the user accesses their web resource, and that's all the user is interested in. And then the browser is just guided through this automatic set of steps through the Shibboleth interaction as necessary, and the system components largely remain invisible to the user. Here we'll have a quick flow through that space. And so what we see is we see the client web browser making, or let's say the user making the initial request for their content management system, let's say, for their virtual organization. And so before they can access that, they need to, the virtual organization environment, the content management system needs to collect a few attributes about that user so it knows what to do with them. So we have this initial interaction here where the client browser is going to start to be leveraged for this attribute collection. And this first set of steps is really what's happening inside that VO space where I had the gray box drawn around it earlier. And then we move on over to our attribute store, but that again is protected by the identity provider service provider. And so we need to go identify ourselves first. And so we get bounced back and through the WAIF, which is really a conceptual service. I drew it on here just to make sure that it was explicit, but here the user in some way selects their home identity provider and is then sent over to that identity provider, and either their session is confirmed as still existing, or they have to authenticate themselves if they haven't previously established a session. And then the browser is, after they successfully authenticate themselves, of course, the browser is directed back to where they came from, this time omitting the step through the WAIF. They wind up back at the virtual organization collaboration environment, and their attributes are released, their identity attributes are released to this environment. And now that is satisfied. And so they can now head back to their, well, let's say their browser is now directed back to their originally requested application resource, and their VO attributes are released in full, their identity plus their VO membership and roles, to the content management system, and the user then sees the content management collaboration environment, whatever tool that happens to be. Visually, it can look like this, and I guess I don't really have a mouse available on this one, but I'm going to pretend to be a user that's clicking on the VOCMS link right here. And so what the user would do is just use their mouse, click on the VOCMS link. Here they would wind up at their identity provider selection interface. They would choose potentially openidp.org as their identity provider, be directed over here. If they haven't previously authenticated, they would enter in their credentials. A successful logging in of those credentials would then bring them back, and then they would see the tool that they were trying to access. And interestingly, I don't have a pointer here, but as you can see, here's that identity, the JPR at openidp.org, and there are a certain set of menu items that are available based on the authorizations and roles that I play within my virtual organization. So what we have to recognize, though, of course, is that the web isn't the entire world, and so we want to kind of reach beyond the web. Grid computing, of course, is a key technology space for the virtual organization world. And one of the de facto, or I guess the de facto implementation of the grid world is Globus. So an issue with that, though, is that Globus doesn't use SAML. It uses X509 certificate-based identities. So there's a translation issue that has to be dealt with. Then that's where we enter with GridShib, and the folks at NCSA who have been working on the GridShib effort to integrate the identity providers in the shibboleth space with Globus resources. So you can bring in grid users into the Globus toolkit world. So they were motivated, the GridShib folks were motivated by wanting to simplify large VO management and leveraging existing identity management infrastructure, and they wanted to kind of extend what they saw as a somewhat limited interface inside Globus to control authorizations that was primarily identity-based, and it'd be desirable to move it into the attribute space. Of course, that's a really synergistic motivation that we have in the MyBox space, so it was really a great fit for us to move into the grid space. There's several components inside the GridShib. I guess you could call it a toolkit or distribution, but there's a plugin for the Globus toolkit, there's a plugin for the Shibboleth 1.3 IDP, and then there's a GridShib CA component which will issue short-term certificates to end users so that they can leverage, or let's say so they can identify themselves to the Globus endpoint. The I guess I've pretty much covered all this, but what we basically get out of that inside the MyVox space is that we can now offer compute-based resources as part of virtual organization tool environments. And so together with MyVox and GridShib, we have kind of the foundation for a complete system environment. We have the user interface components through the web, and then we have the application, or let's say the computation interfaces through the GridShib interface. The way GridShib fits in here is going just back to that earlier diagram. I've just filled in the GridShib resource there in red. So it's just another resource inside this collaboration environment. And a quick little overview of how you interact with the let's say with the GridShib component inside MyVox is that you would visit this GridShib CA, and if you haven't previously authenticated, you go through that sequence of steps that I highlighted earlier, and your identity is released to MyVox, and the identity, let's say your VO identity, is released to the GridShib CA. And most importantly, what you get back from the GridShib CA is the short-lived identity that will get you into the Globus resource. And simultaneously, the grid identity is registered. This identity that was passed back to the client is registered within the MyVox service. So what we can now do is have the user go to the Globus resource. They have to go through their authorization checks. And what happens there is that their grid ID is sent up to MyVox. MyVox returns the VO collection or the VO attribute collection that we have for that user for that particular virtual organization, and an appropriate authorization decision can be made at the Globus toolkit endpoint. What that really looks like is this is the GridShib CA interface, and there's a little button there in the middle. And the user accesses this, if they have already authenticated, they wouldn't notice anything except this interface. They would press on that button and then have a Java Web Start client basically initialize their client environment with the appropriate grid identity credentials, which they can then use to access the grid resource. And if you can, I can't tell if that's actually legible. It's pretty legible on the slide, but you can look inside there and you can see the VO attributes that are coming through, the identity, the email, and other role and VO membership information that exists within the collaboration space. So, I like to think of this as the MyVox user experience, and it's peace, love, and happiness, of course. But it's so we were trying to please the end user. But it's really helpful to also kind of look at what it really takes to bring an application into this space. There's a number of things that you need to be aware of, but it kind of depends on what your application is capable of. So what we did is we built our MyVox space with 4 sample applications. The PHP Wiki, which is a popular wiki tool, Drupal, a popular content management system, a simple file manager, and then, of course, Sampez, both an application and the core of the attribute store. Each of these represented different degrees of integration that we had to do. There's information available on that. But the goal of the system environment, of course, is to offer an endless array of applications. So the notes that are available, or the information that's available, is how can you extend that system environment or the collaboration tools with your own interesting application. Adding your applications to the environment, you basically need to analyze how you need to modify an application. And each application is different. Some require very little modification. Some might require a whole lot more than you should do. But most importantly, you should respect the features of your application. If you're going to pick one, recognize what it does and don't try to make it do more than what it's doing. That's good system environments, or successful system environments, tend to have tools that do one thing and they do it well. And they don't try to reinvent the wheel when there's already a wheel in existence. But all of this kind of, let's say in a mature application environment, you don't have a whole lot of need for modification. If we're talking about, for example, your Unix tool and you're trying to see if it'll work inside the MyVox space with GridShip, you're unlikely to have to modify anything in your Unix tool because it comes from a very mature system environment that has all of these concepts, and the whole goal of the integration is just to get the information out to the system environment so that system environment can enforce it. A lot of the modifications that come into scope here are really for the web space, where we haven't been designing our web applications from the perspective of a system environment. We've kind of just designed them from silo perspectives. And a lot of the rules for application modification flow from that understanding that we're now dealing with a system environment, where you have a consistent set of attributes. You're not going to be having to deal with that at each application. So you'll get user identity, contact information, group membership, and role information consistently across all of these applications. And an easy analogy that I like to think of is the Unix environment with its etc password and etc groups files. Every invocation of LS doesn't prompt you for a username and password before it lists your directory contents. And that's kind of what you're trying to go for in a system environment. It's just this consistent experience for the end user. So we have the user identity that's consistent. One little gotcha I'll just mention on this slide is that web applications will often overload the email address for user identity, and that can kind of be problematic because they treat it as both an identity and a contact point of information. And it's helpful to be able to split that. It's not always possible, but that's something to certainly look out for. Most importantly, when you look in your application, is your application willing to trust its containing system environment? In the web space, that tends to mean will your application trust the remote user environment variable to define a user? And if it does, you're a good way along in the integration effort. With authorization, each tool will kind of be a variable. It kind of tends to do what it needs to do based on the features that it provides. Some tools are very sophisticated and can easily adapt to your authorization models. Others are rather limited, the wiki being an example that we chose, and so you just need to kind of work within that space. We kind of looked at it as, looking at the different levels that we have available from the mailing list. We have a regular member, a moderator, and an admin, and the way we tended to break it down for our application space is that members would be free to contribute content, moderators would have control over the content, and then owners of the virtual organization would actually have control over the application. So if there was administrative interfaces within the application, they could control that. Visual and data integration are tricky problems and not solved by any of this, but they're certainly possible. Templates make it easier, but they're still labor intensive. Data exchange, that's always a problem, but some things to look for are that RFCA22 is really a powerful message interchange format, and for a lot of these tools you can get information to other tools quite effectively. They tend to have bindings for that. So the GridShip CA was an interesting example and was very easy to integrate into this environment. One of the main reasons it was easy is because it respected the user identity of the containing system environment. It had just inherited from a remote user. It also had a very simple authorization model, which is very helpful. It basically said, it could be structured, let's say, to just trust your HT access file, essentially, and let the user in if they're supposed to get in. And so once they're in, they have access to that application. And the other part about the GridShip CA is that all it did was leverage this VO information. It didn't have to react to it. It just needed to use it as data. So some of the places where MyBox is being used is we're certainly using it as a foundation for our grid computing environment at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And we've been talking with Internet2, who's exploring a VO management architecture that might be similar, and some of the folks from the Safari project of the UK Data Archive have been exploring similar potential. And then, of course, our collaboration with GridShip is ongoing. Some of our future directions are that we really would like to have a GridShip, or let's say Globus resource as part of our demo suite. We would like to make a downloadable package that you can use so it's not just an online web experience. And as with any system environment, we're always hungry for more applications and more features. So be sure to visit the project sites for more details. Here's a detailed list of acknowledgments and some of our collaborators and their affiliations. And then here are the links to find out more if you're interested. And actually, I see that there's an error on that first link, so make sure to put a G there.
Okay, questions? Well, please wait for the mic.
A couple of comments and then a question. One comment is that I think we need to start to think about how we integrate privacy capabilities into collaborative situations. These technologies have several different ways to deliver anonymity and still know that somebody's qualified to be there. And we've seen it in wiki space where you can have a hallway wiki as well as the authorized by name wiki. So that's one comment. Second is there's a set of challenges, both technical and in the human mind, in permitting both federated and non-federated access to sites like wikis. I think we've struggled with this on a technical basis and also user confusion about that. So for those of us doing federated identity work, we'd love for it to be let's accommodate both communities, but there are places there where users will be confused about, how do I, is this one of the spots where my federated identity works or not? The third is our desire over time to include all of the authorization tools in the same context, and that powerfully extends this stuff, I think. And then finally, the question, why did you just capitalize the V and nothing else?
Because I typed it a whole lot of different ways, and I don't know, it just looked prettier. I did want to kind of respond to the one comment that you made about it was about the tools comment, or let's say the protection of the, it was basically having whether or not to federate an application. And I think one of the powerful features of an architecture like this is that if you are providing a lot of applications to end users, a lot of different applications, you can make those interfaces, build them centrally around your VO attribute store, and not and have that be consistent, regardless of the number of applications that you're providing them, even though those applications may be from different vendors. And so that's, I think, an important feature to consider leveraging.
David, please wait.
Did I understand it correctly that the management of the VO attributes is based upon the web front end of Simpa?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So I saw how MyVox was good at taking people from multiple organizations and putting them into one VO database, and therefore holding attributes about different people from different organizations. But what about one person who has attributes in different organizations? Is that part of the designer model or not?
It's not that it's not part of the design model. It's just that what we've been looking at, let's say right now, is leveraging the most common attribute. And that the most common attribute, of course, in the shibboleth space is identity. It's not that it's always available. It's just that it's the most likely to be maintained by the home identity provider. The second most common, or the second most useful, is an email address. But even that tends to fall apart pretty quickly. And so within this, within this environment, when you register, you if your home institution releases an email address, we'll accept it and you can acknowledge it and re-verify it, but you can also offer in a totally different email address. But it's really hard when you get beyond those two attributes. And so I think that's just a space where we'll just adapt as the technology moves forward and as the consistency of information moves forward. It's certainly possible to maintain and hold on to the attributes and keep them up to date from the home organization. It's just that there's no consistent way of dealing with those yet internally. So.
And the last question is for Torbjörn.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering about one of the letters in your brief name as well. The S, I didn't catch what the S stood for. That was one. That was one thing. And the other thing is, what do you mean by federated attribute? How do you define that?
Federated attributes, essentially having multiple identity providers that all offer similar attributes and that could be leveraged within your end user application.
So you're dealing with both federated and non-federated attributes?
Well, I guess a non-federated attribute would be one that maybe is simply supported by a home organization, or let's say the non-federated space of the VO itself. Okay, so the VO wants to define, the head honcho of the VO, some special little designation that it wants to give the VO, and that's something that is totally meaningful only to that virtual organization, and you're unlikely to find some home identity provider that's going to be willing to say, okay, well, are you going to want to be head honcho of the VO, of VO XYZ, and sponsor that attribute for you. So that's kind of an example of a non-federated attribute where you want to leave the VO to be able to identify their own set of attributes and still distribute that consistently across their application space. I hope that kind of addressed that question a little bit. I'd be happy to follow up a little bit afterwards if it didn't. So. Oh, the S in my box. It's system, service. It depends on who you are. We might be replacing the CS with an X because it's just, I started from the My Virtual Organization Collaboration System, and others My Virtual Organization Collaboration Service, and so you can put an X there at the end and be happy.
So, thank you.
Thanks.
And then we will go more deeply to the grid space. We have David Kelsey, and the topic is Grid Trust Fabric. Please, stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So I must admit it's a privilege to be here, and thanks to the Programme Committee for inviting me. The motto of the conference is follow the user. I guess I represent some of the users of the networks. So just a few words, a brief introduction about me. I work at the Rutherford Appleton Lab in the UK, where I work on several grid projects. We've been building international trust across the grids for the last 6 years. And so specifically, I've been working, I'm responsible, in my day job, I'm responsible for providing compute services to the particle physics community at Rutherford. And so I'll talk about the LHC computing grid and also the EU Framework 6 project, EGEE. Then I'll go through some terminology of the issues that we see in grid trust and virtual organizations and the model, then some on the technology, authentication and authorization. In particular, quite a few slides on the International Grid Trust Federation, which we built for grid authentication. Then cover some of the policy and legal issues and look at where NRENs and grids can work together in this federation space. So, start with a few brief words on LCG and EGE. So some slides here from Les Robertson, who is the project leader of LCG. So LCG is the LHC computing grid, the Large Hadron Collider, which is being built at CERN in Switzerland with 4 large experiments, and it comes online next year. So the accelerator, when it functions towards the end of next year, will generate 40 million particle collisions, what we call events, every second. It runs around the clock for many weeks of the year. At the center of each of the 4 experiments scattered around the rings. This produces a large amount of data which has to be reduced online by trigger computers. So in real time, as the events happen, these are filtered down to a few hundred good events per second, which are then recorded onto the disk and magnetic tape and analyzed by the physicists. This results in about a total across the 4 experiments of about 15 petabytes per year. So in order to process this, we need of the order of 100,000 of today's fastest compute processors to process the data from the 4 experiments you see here. The 15 petabytes, it's interesting to actually compare how much data is that. A recent analysis concluded that the text content of the World Wide Web was about 100 terabytes. So we are actually producing 150 times the content of the web each year. We have a truly global community, which is where a lot of the federation interest, of course, comes in. A recent survey back in 2004 of the registered users of the CERN facilities showed that we had 4,500 from the CERN member states, 1,600 from observers, and a number of other important states as well. Some sort of 7,000 users or so. Looking at just one experiment, if we look at the Atlas collaboration, this is one of the largest. I mean, this has 1,800 physicists spread across 34 countries in 150 institutes. So we have to deal with this when we're designing the computing for that. So in order to do that, we've built grids, which are in operation today, production operation, doing a lot of the simulation and preparation for data taking. We've got 2 main components. In Europe, we've got the EGE grid, which are the yellow dots. You'll actually see that Europe extends across the world. It's not just Europe. And in the US, we've got the open science grid. And of course, which is good news to the people at this conference, of course, we demand and rely on excellent wide area networking. The LCG itself needs several gigabits per second running 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to actually transfer the data out from CERN to the regions. So that's all running on the NRENs represented here and on GÉANT. So this EGE network, the production grid that we have today, is now federating with a large number of other EU-funded projects which are coming online this year. So we've actually got the ones that you see here on the map, and probably some others which we've forgotten: the Baltic Grid, Southeast Europe, the Mediterranean, China, India, Latin America and South America, and then strong relationships with activities in the US and Japan. So today, actually in production right now, we have of the order of 200 sites in 39 countries with 20,000 CPUs, 5 petabytes of storage, and we're running 20,000 jobs per day routinely. We support on the EGE, it's not just for particle physics. I've shown you the particle physics requirement, but there are many other applications supported today of the order of 60 virtual organizations on EGE. So the EGE project, it's funded by, co-funded by the European Union. Phase 1 started in 2004, and we've just started Phase 2, EG2, in April 2006. And this is a challenge in itself, managing that. We have 13 federations across 32 countries already in the project. And in terms of the application space, here's some of the applications that we support on the infrastructure, a large number of scientific disciplines. And an interesting one, just last month, there's a recent press release you'll see here, there was about 10% of the grid ran for a month actually doing simulations of drugs against the avian flu virus to actually help the people designing the drugs to attack that problem. So that was enough of introduction, so now let's go onto the trust fabric. So what is the trust fabric we've got? Clearly there are many different components. I've got them here in what I think are the ascending scale of difficulty. The technical is the easy bit. Clearly we need interoperable security, it has to be standards-based. But then an important part of the fabric as well is the policy and procedures that allows us to interoperate across these large number of countries to ensure our participants act in predictable ways. Clearly there are many legal issues, particularly with data privacy and the international aspects of data crossing international borders. But the biggest problem is the social, the social political side of it, which we've spent the last 6 years working towards and still continue. This has involved many face-to-face meetings. And about 2 years ago, we realized that actually what we were doing, we had to have a more federated approach. So we started thinking about this International Grid Trust Federation. So in terms of the trust, there's many components that need to trust each other. I mean, the sites, the virtual organizations, and the users. The virtual organizations are taking care of the user registration. The sites now have no direct contact with the users, so they need to trust that their processes are robust. Likewise, the virtual organizations need to trust the sites to take care of their data and process things to a sufficiently high standard. So what is our view of what a grid virtual organization is? There are several views of this, I know. In the original Globus definition included not just the people, but also the resources. Our view has tended to be in the operations in EGE that we basically just look as a virtual organization as just the people, although that is starting to change perhaps a bit now. So one of the challenges, of course, is they're not bound to a single institution or enterprise. And clearly what we're trying to do is to actually grant access to all of these shared resources. But also there are many different grids. There isn't just one grid. I mean, the grids are defined by common shared services and common policy, or a single information system, or it can be, as in the terms of EG, is a sort of a common operations environment. But of course there are also politics and funding views of the grid projects as well. So in terms of the model that we're trying to operate here, it's very much that users have a single electronic identity. We decided that 6 years ago that we didn't want to have a project-based electronic identity, as then the user would have a wallet full of IDs. So the idea, again, is based with this single electronic identity. They can then register in as many VOs as they need to be members of. But they register just once with renewal on a regular basis. And many of our users can and do belong to actually more than one VO today. The users have no need to register at the sites. You saw with 200 sites this is now impossible. In the past, in distributed computing, when we only had 4 or 5 sites, we used to register, but now they can't. So the VOs register with the grid. I mean, we actually have a scaling problem now trying to cope with 60 VOs. I mean, this is actually a complex task in itself. And so again, they register with the grid operations once per grid. And if they're using resources in multiple grids, they have to then register in multiple times. But an important part of it is that, again, that we want a single instance of the VO membership database. The VO is the VO, and if they're using multiple grids, we don't want them to create multiple VO membership databases. Sites themselves can and also do provide resources to multiple grids. So somehow the grid operations is acting as the broker between the VOs and the sites. And it's the sites, of course, who are in control of their own resources, and they do decide which VOs they will support. Just because a VO is registered on the infrastructure doesn't mean that all sites have to do work for that VO. So a few words on the technical side of the grid security model. So in terms of authentication, again, we started 6 years ago on this. The Globus toolkit, which everybody was using in terms of interoperation, forced us into using PKI. So we use X509 certificates with OpenSSL, and delegation via short-lived proxy certificates to actually delegate identity to services to act on the user's behalf. And then there are 2 aspects of authorization importance side. One is the global control of the authorization, the right to access the resources. That has to be controlled by the virtual organization themselves, for example, a biomedical experiment. So the virtual organization will maintain the list of registered users, allocate users to groups and roles, and control the global policy and allocations. But then the sites are also in control of their own resources, so they need to be able to control the local authorization, either via local, for example, standard Unix security mechanisms, or via call-outs from the grid middleware to local authorization enforcement. And so then we have grid access control lists based on the global identity or on these authorization attributes, the groups and roles that the individuals are members of. But policy is also, as I said before, important. We've been working in EG closely with our colleagues in Open Science Grid and on the other related grid projects to define security policy, paper documents, I mean here. And these policies must also be interoperable. So, for example, we have a common acceptable use policy. So this is just a diagram to show that, of course, there are many stakeholders in this whole thing. As you've heard, there's the VO's policy needs to go in, the sites need to go in, but there may be other stakeholders as well and the users. So the actual policy evaluation and enforcement at the end of the chain is rather a complex area, and this is something which we are now working on to try and get better technology to enable us to do those policy decisions. So now I'll spend a few minutes talking about the authentication and the International Grid Trust Federation. When we started this again 6 years ago, we decided very early on that we wanted to completely separate authentication and authorization. The authentication, we've always said, is best done at the Home Institute level. They are the people who can identify their employees. And the authorization is not only best done, but has to be done at the virtual organization level. I mean, similar to what John Paul was saying before. I mean, the virtual organizations have to be in control of those authorization attributes. So we provide the user with one grid electronic identity. We've built this large global PKI for mutual authentication. So, I mean, we actually, any grid transaction, you're always authenticating both the client or the end user and the service. And in terms of scaling, what we decided to do early on was to try to restrict this to one certificate authority per country or region and make it as general as possible. We did not want application-specific CAs. We wanted it to be done for e-science. So there is this body now, the EU GRIS PMA, the Policy Management Authority, which historically grew out of the European Data Grid project and coordinated the growth of these global CAs, defined best practice and minimum requirements for accrediting these certification authorities. And now this role is taken on by the International Grid Trust Federation, IGTF. So this was formed in October of last year at a meeting that took place at the Global Grid Forum in Boston. And we decided then we had to federate because a single body doing this on a worldwide basis was already getting too large. So there are now 3 regional policy management authorities. There's the one in Europe, there's Asia Pacific, and there's the Americas. And each of these PMAs accredits candidate identity providers for grid authentication. We're only tackling the topic of grid authentication. We're not doing general identity for other purposes. Each of the PMAs also owns and maintains various authentication profiles. Again, we've realized that we can't do everything with just one profile. An important point, of course, is that given there is no global coordination of the X500 namespace, we actually need to make sure that the CAs are actually issuing certificates in a well-defined subset of the namespace, and that's an important part of IGTF. So they then distribute to the relying parties and the projects using them, and there are many grids other than the ones I've talked about who are actually using these certificates today. And the members of these PMAs are the CAs and major relying parties. So today we have 3 profiles. There's what we call the classic one, which we've had right from the beginning. These are long-lived 12-month lifetime certificates held by the entities. It's the assurance level we decided we needed to, because we weren't sure exactly what the requirements of the various application communities were, that we would raise the bar reasonably high. So we're what we probably call a medium assurance level, where we do require face-to-face authentication or identification between the user and the registration authority and the production of photo ID. Each of the CAs issues certificate revocation lists. And then more recently, we've got, because we now need to scale to larger numbers of users, I mean, the classic PKI, we've issued some 10,000 or more certificates, which is large, but not clearly as large as the worldwide academic community. So we've now got an authentication profile which has recently been agreed for short-lived certificate services. These are where the certificate is automatically generated, for example, via Kerberos CA. So the user authenticates using the local site authentication service, for example, Kerberos or Windows Active Directory. And then a short-lived certificate is generated automatically. Because they're short-lived, we then don't need a certificate revocation list. And then there's one for experimental CAs as well, which are not in production use. The community is working towards a definition and service definition of OCSP, the online status checking, and that's being done in collaboration with the CA Ops Working Group in GGF. One of the important components of that is the Terraina Academic CA repository, which we encourage all of the CAs to actually register with, so that this is an independent third-party source of distribution of the roots of trust of the CAs. So there's TACAR, which is important for us. So the global covering here, we've essentially divided the world into 3. So we've got the Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific. So if you actually look at the status, we've now reached the situation where most of Europe is well covered. There are more than 50 countries and regions worldwide by the IGTF that have actually got a national CA able to offer certificates to e-science users. And where there are gaps, we do actually have a catch-all process to actually enable individual users to get certificates from somebody else. So now moving on to authorization. How much time do I have? 8 minutes? 8 minutes, okay, thank you. So authorization of VR management. So in the EG grid project, we have our grid middleware, which is called G-Lite. And many of you have probably heard of the Virtual Organization Membership Service, VOMS, which is our global authorization tool. This is a database that records the members of the virtual organizations, and the managers can assign users to their groups and assign roles to them. And the actual technology actually provides a digitally signed authorization attribute certificate, which is included as an extension in the grid proxy certificate. It's a push model in the sense that the user can actually select which VOs he wants to belong to in the particular certificate, and can select the roles and when he presents it to the end service he wants to contact. And then we have various implementations of local authorization, and then the the grid services, the compute and storage elements, can then make local policy decisions based on these authorization attributes contained in the certificate. So, quick word on the groups and roles. Each VO assigns its members to these. Groups are just natural collections of members of the VO into sub-activities, something in common, so a particular scientific analysis as part of the VO. And these are then used to control access control to the various resources, and also in assigning quotas and priorities to the grid work. The roles are more capabilities or privileges that are assigned to individuals on the basis of what it is they can do. So, for example, production processing manager or a database administrator or other such things. We started some months ago to explore whether we could actually agree common role names to see that this, we thought this would be very nice to have sort of agreed names. But this seems to be rather impossible and rather difficult. Even between, 4 particle physics experiments all working on the LHC, they all have the concept of a production processing manager, but they don't necessarily want to call it the same thing. So I think we've sort of given up on that for the time being at least, and at the very least the names and the semantics must be well understood within the context of a VO so that they can be used in a consistent way. So in terms of policy and legal issues, we have a large set of policy documents which have been developed in the project. I don't have time to go into any of the real details here, other than to say just in terms of the acceptable use, we have a general, simple, short, common grid acceptable use, which doesn't mention grid projects by name. It's been adopted by EGE and Open Science Grid in the US and several of the related national grids. And the aim is here that the user accepts this when they register with the virtual organization, and this binds them also to the virtual organization AUP. So we have an AUP per VO, which then enables any VO-specific items to go in there. And then the sites can decide which VOs they want to accept on the basis of the aims described in the VO AUP. The sites have delegated the user registration to the VOs, so they require robust user registration procedures. And, of course, as part of this as well, the actual operational security procedures, for example, security incident response, are important so that when we do have problems, people trust that the other participants will act responsibly. Thank you. So we have legal issues that's also been mentioned today, the EU privacy and data protection laws. We want actually access, the VOs require access to accounting usage information, and so this is a topic we're actively working on at the moment to actually define the policy documents to allow us to share that information legally across international borders and with untrusted collaborators such as the USA. I mean, untrusted in the sense of EU data privacy. So, in the few minutes I've got left, I want to now move on to where are we with collaboration in this sort of federation space between NRENs and grids, which I think is an important topic and why I'm here and very pleased to be talking to this audience. So the first thing to note is that there is this body, the EU body, the Infrastructure Reflection Group, which meets every 6 months and is putting together roadmaps and writes white papers. And so I got some extracts here from the meetings of this that noted in Dublin in 2004 that they were pleased that EU Grid PMA and TACAR was doing its work and strongly encouraged it to continue. And then also in The Hague in 2005, the EIG encourages work towards a common federation for academia and research. So this is, of course, all very good that our senior funding bodies are actually agreeing that this is the way we should all go. So I've heard criticisms on several occasions that why are all these grid guys going off and doing their own thing? So I would like to here now publicly try to dispel some of this. I mean, we have no desire to run services that can be run professionally for us by NRENs and the networks in general. The reason we did it was because there wasn't such a service at the time and we had to have something going. However, as the IGTF and the CAs have actually gone over the last few years, we have actually had e-science-specific CAs which are in the process of now being replaced by certificate authorities run by the NREN, which I think is good. So Today, we do have approximately 10 of the CAs are actually run already by NRENs. As I said a long time, way back at the beginning of the talk, I mean, the authentication is best done by the Home Institute, so all of this work going on in the Federation identity is, of course, of great interest. So I think this is an area where we need to continue working together to see how we can actually access this federated identity services, which you guys are working on. For the VOs, the global authorization attributes has to be managed by the VO. They've got to be able to define the roles and the group names. And so I think we've got the challenge of how to actually, how to sort of tie those two things together. I mean, we heard in the previous talk an interesting proposal. If only the whole world was running Shibboleth, then it would be easy to do. So we have to see how we can do that. One of the ways that we can collaborate, of course, is by there is, I don't know if everybody's aware of this, but there's a series of workshops organized by Terena on NRENs and grids that just met just a few weeks ago in Paris. And that's one very useful way of meeting and exchanging information. A couple of ideas then for other sort of areas that we could explore. One of the things which we haven't tackled seriously yet in EGE is this idea of dynamic or short-lived VOs, whereas a small group of collaborating scientists wants to get together for a few weeks or a few months to actually work on a topic jointly. This, of course, makes it difficult for them to create a VO and do all the paperwork and actually register with the grid infrastructure I've described. So maybe there are some interesting possibilities here. I think also as we go towards accrediting these short-lived certificates, IGTF, again, is going to have a scaling problem if we have to actually do it on a site-by-site basis. It's bad enough doing it on a country basis. So here, again, there's a role, I think, perhaps for the NREN to actually present a federated identity within the nation as a sort of single entity to be accredited to IGTF. So I don't have much time to talk about future plans. Clearly, there are many of them, but there is work going on in GGF, in Grid Interoperability Now project, the GIN project, where they recognize that authorization and authentication were very important topics. So they've adopted the IGTF CAs for their authentication, and EGE is very active in the authorization component, running VOM services for them. There are new technical developments going on within EGE middleware to actually work on this better policy expression and evaluation. We also have a growing requirement now. I said the VOs were only people, but some of the VOs are now saying they do want to actually do mutual authorization of the services as well, so we have to look at that. I should also make you aware as well that EG2 is joining the grid SHIB-grid world, right? So there's a Switch, which is one of the partners of EG2, the NREN in Switzerland, is working on Shibbolizing the G-Lite middleware that we've got. So that's hopefully some interesting things will come out of that. I've got a list of references there, and so just to finish up, as I've shown, the International Federated Identity for Grids is working. It has been working for a number of years now and is large scale. Authorization is much more difficult, but we are making good progress. Standards and interoperability are clearly important, and we sort of see working with GGF there. We will deploy new standards as we have manpower available to actually do the work. But as I hope I've tried to convince you, the people and the social aspects are even more important. The actual building international trust does actually take a lot of time. And I think it's interesting if you actually look, I mean, NRENs and grids have actually been tackling different aspects of this whole federation problem space, and I think I would personally like to see that we continue to collaborate to see where we can actually work towards common solutions wherever possible. We mustn't duplicate. So thank you very much.
So we have time for one question. Wait for the microphone. Here.
If I understand VOMs correctly, part of the scalability problem that you mentioned is because there's one database per VO, so the registration is multiplied by the number of VOs. And it seems to me that an additional advantage that the MyVox approach offers is that as more of a service center, it can handle multiple virtual organizations. Do you see any advantage in that approach that we could possibly explore?
I think the approach is certainly interesting, and we should look at that. But I mean, in terms of VOMs, we're not actually hitting scalability problems there. I mean, running a VO membership service per VO, it's part of the work that the grid infrastructure does, right? And it can be done in multiple things. And we also have, replication of the database and what have you in terms of fault tolerance and things.
Okay, the other question for Torbjörn. Yes, you said that the resource normally don't consider them to belong to the virtual organization. How can you explain that the authorization is done by the virtual organization if the resource doesn't belong to it?
So did I understand your question right? How can we actually do the authorization of the service?
If the resource doesn't belong to the virtual organization, it could potentially belong to several virtual organizations. And how can you do the authorization then in the virtual organization?
If we move towards mutual authorization, as I said, there was a requirement for it, then we would have to find some way of them registering their services within the VO. So yes, at that point they would become part of the VO, as it were, as the recognized, authorized services that the VO allows. But that doesn't stop them registering with multiple VOs. They could register multiple times.
So, thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
And after we have the word to the last speaker.
Here's David Sherwick from University of Kent. And 1 year ago, David had a speak about integration of Shibboleth and Hermes, and this year David's group has integrated Hermes authorization engine to GridShip.
Where is it, you know? Someone's closed down the window. Right, okay, they put it on the desktop. Good, okay.
So, please.
Thank you. This talk really is a follow-on from the first talk. The first talk very nicely set the scene because the first talk said how Shibboleth and Globus had been integrated and how the MyVox service actually then did more on the attribute management side. And what I'm looking at in this talk is more on the authorization side, which can actually utilize the MyVox service just as well as the Shibboleth and the Globus service. So some of the initial part of the talk will actually look at the same features again, which the MyVox talk looked at, but from possibly a slightly different angle, and then we'll say how we integrated the authorization component in. So the purpose was to combine the strengths of three technologies. We know that Shibboleth is very good for managing attributes in campuses. And we know that Globus Toolkit is very good for running grid jobs and moving data around in a secure fashion. And Permis is very good for providing a policy-driven access control infrastructure where you put in a policy, you give it the request of what the user wants to do, you give it the user's attributes, and according to the policy, it will decide whether the user is granted or denied access or not. So this allows us now to unify the security infrastructures for grids and campuses. And I think that's where people wanted to go. They wanted to have a unified infrastructure where they can have the same attributes that are used for in the grid and on the campus, and they can have the same policies that can actually control access to campus resources as well as grid resources. So, Shibboleth overview. Just to put, so that I can actually cut the time out, how many people here don't know how Shibboleth works? Okay, there's just one or two. So I would say if it was unanimous, we could actually skip most of this and move on. I have a picture which is showing the user here is wanting to access some web service resource. She makes a request to the web service. She gets redirected to some entity provider, where are you from service, says where are you from, and she clicks on the site that she's from. She then gets redirected for a home site where she puts in a username and password, logs into a home site, and then the service site now actually goes back to the home site, asks for the user's attributes, and when it gets the user's attributes, it makes an authorization request. So that's basically Shibboleth in a very fast nutshell. Now, what are the weaknesses in Shibboleth authorization? First of all, it has a very simple trust model. So only one attribute authority is supported. Now, in reality, users have attributes by many different authorities. So consider a doctor working at university. The doctor attribute is assigned by the General Medical Council, and the employee attribute is assigned by the university. Now, in many cases, you might want to use both those attributes. Now, Shibboleth can't cater for that because it only has attributes really from one attribute authority. The service provider site relies on the origin site to collect and return the correct set of attributes and vouch for all of them. And plain attributes are relatively easy to be tampered with without detection. So that's another potential weakness. Only basic access control capability. The rules are defined in the Apache configuration file. So here we have an interesting thing that the Apache administrator is actually managing the access control rules to resources. And that is not the right functionality. It should be the person who owns the resource who is designing the policy for the resource and not some Apache administrator. And complex access control rules based on hierarchical RBAC or dynamic separation of duties, things like that, these are not supported within the Shibboleth authorization infrastructure. And certain conditions are not supported, such as access according to time of day and location of user, things like this. So we can't do those sorts of things with Shibboleth authorization. Okay, moving on to Globus Toolkit then. So what is Globus Toolkit? This is an infrastructure for running grid jobs, and it moves jobs around, it spawns jobs, it will run jobs at different sites, it will pick up files and merge them in, it will send output to different sites, etc. And it's got a component known as the Grid Security Infrastructure, the GSI, which provides all the security services for grid jobs. The GSI is responsible, first of all, for authenticating users, usually based on their digital signatures and their X509 certificates. It also has a component for authorizing users by mapping their distinguished name into a local username at the site they're running at. And this is known as the grid map file, where the distinguished name is mapped into a local username at the site where the job is running. But it also, in the last version, made a call out to an external authorization infrastructure using the GGS OGSA SAML profile, which was specified by the GGF. So it is possible to make a call out to an external authorization infrastructure, such as Permis or such as XHACML, using Globus Toolkit. It also securely passes messages between grid sites using WS Security and WS Secure Conversation. And it will also authorize a user's job at remote sites via the process of delegation using what's called X509 proxy certificates, whereby a job that's spawned creates a new key pair. The new key is digitally signed as a certificate by the user, and then it runs to the next site. And if it spawns a job to another site, a new key pair again is generated, and the grid job will sign the certificate of the spawn site. So we're delegating authority from one site to another, which is a very useful feature. Now, the latest authorization infrastructure that's been built into GT4 is capable of calling multiple policy decision points. PDPs are the things that make the authorization decisions. PDP is an abbreviation for policy decision point. And it's capable of calling multiple ones. Now, the default one is the grid map file. So by default, if you get your GT4 software, by default it will use the grid map file to make the authorization decisions. But you can also configure it to make this optional SAML call out using the GGF profile to an external policy decision point. Now, what they've done recently under the GridShip the GridShip project is they've added the new concept of a policy information point, which will make attribute requests to go and pull attributes in. Now, as David just said, VOMS uses the push model, and in VOMS the attributes, I haven't got a pen to show you, but the attributes, I don't seem to have a mouse pointer either on this. Oh yes, I do, here. With VOMS, the attributes come across here and then go down into the PDP. So this new feature that was added in the GridShip project is for Globus Toolkit itself to make call-outs to external policy information points to pull in attributes to make decisions on behalf of the user for authorization. Okay, now what's the weaknesses in GT4 authorization? Well, if it's based on the grid map file, it's just simply too coarse-grained, and it lacks most of the features of authorization infrastructures. So it's not really, it's a basic mechanism, but it's not a sophisticated mechanism. If we use the OGSA SAML call-out, which is the latest feature to be added, experience has been, of using this has found that it is also limited, and it's due to the SAML protocol. The SAML protocol can't support obligations. Now, obligations are the feature whereby a user asks to perform a particular grid job, and the authorization infrastructure will say, yes, you are granted to do this, but there's an obligation that something must happen. And that obligation might be that there's a record put in an audit log, or an obligation might be that the security administrator is informed that you are actually wanting to access a high security file. So the obligation can be anything that the owner of the resource wants to place on someone who's been granted access. And that feature is not in the SAML callout because the SAML protocol doesn't carry it. There's also no support for action parameters, so you cannot perform decisions based on parameters of the user's grid job because the SAML protocol doesn't carry action parameters. So, for example, you can't say, I'll have a policy to say someone is authorized to request up to 20 gigabytes of memory, but if they request more than that, then they'll be denied access. Or they're authorized to print up to 50 pages, but if they request more than that, they'll be denied access. You can't do that with the SAML callout because those parameters about the size of memory, the number of pages, the files, file name or something like that, you can't pass those in the callout. So there's limitations there. And the other thing is that users' attributes are typically managed separately to shibboleth attributes. So there's a large management overhead that the grid has to manage attributes separately to shibboleth. Now David said that the people who are using VOMs don't particularly find that as a particularly large overhead, given the fact that running grids are a large overhead. I think if you reduce the overall overhead of running grid jobs, then that might become a sizable overhead. But because the overhead everything else is quite big, then they see, okay, this is only an extra 20% or 30% or whatever. But we really want to try and reduce the management overhead as much as possible. So the GridShip project, proposed by the Universities of Illinois, Chicago and Argonne National Laboratory, was there to rectify the latter problem, to leverage the management of attributes on campuses to actually be used for authorization of grid jobs. And work's ongoing in the Global Grid Forum to rectify the former problems of the SAML protocol by basing a more advanced protocol on XACML. And we've got the first draft of that now published within the GGI. So what is PERMIS then? Well, PERMIS is a modular authorization infrastructure. It's recently been modularized. Version 2 of PERMIS is now modular, so you can actually choose the bits that you want and not the bits that you don't want. It uses policies to specify who's allowed to do what based on the user's attributes or credentials. So now you can give it attributes, you can give it credentials. What's the difference between an attribute and a credential? Well, an attribute is just a string which says you are a doctor. A credential is a digitally signed construct which says the General Medical Council is stating that you are a doctor, signed by the General Medical Council. So that's a credential. And so credentials are a stronger form of assertion of an attribute than just a simple string. It supports the use of arbitrary conditions in authorization decision making. It supports hierarchical role-based access controls where superior roles automatically inherit the privileges of subordinate roles. It supports distributed credential management where you can have many different authorities who are trusted to issue different sets of credentials, and the policies will check that you have only issued the credentials you're allowed to issue. So, for example, if the General Medical Council issued a credential to say I was a nurse, then that would be disallowed because the policy would say the General Medical Council only issues doctor's certificates and it's the Royal College of Midwifery that issues you a nurse. So we can actually control who's allowed to issue which credentials to which sets of users. It supports dynamic delegation of authority, whereby a user who's got a credential can actually give it to someone else, and then they can present that credential to the PDP, and the PDP will validate that the credential has been allocated properly. It supports authorization links to users via the authentication level of authority. That's something we've just added this year in the project funded by JISC. So now you can have a policy which will say someone has access to a resource if they've been authenticated to level N, but if they've been authenticated less than level N, they won't get access to the resource. So if they come in with a username and password, they may get read access but not write access, but if they come in with a digital certificate, they could have write access as well. And we can build that into the policy. And it shortly will support separation of duties, which will stop users activating mutually exclusive roles, and that's due to be issued later this year. So that's pretty nearly implemented now. And it can be made very secure because it's modular. You can actually ensure that everything is digitally signed as well if you want. So policies can be digitally signed, credentials can be digitally signed. Or if you don't want it to be that secure, you don't have to have the signatures. So there we've got the policy decision engine, which makes the decisions. It's got a credential validation service that validates the credentials and validates the signatures and makes sure they're okay. And it's got a Java API which allows any application to plug the permis decision engine into their application. And it works in push or pull mode. So in push mode, as in VOMs, the initiator pushes the credentials across for the decision to be made. And in pull mode, the credentials are pulled. It has an optional PKI now, so that's optional, an optional component you can have or not. It also has optional LDAP directories that you can have or not, and if you have them, you can actually work in pull mode, where permis will actually pull the credentials rather than being pushed. And instead of the Java API, you can also have the SAML specification according to the GGFO GSA SAML specification. So prior to the current project, permis had already been integrated with Shibboleth to allow web-based resources to be protected with permis policies. And it had also already been integrated with GT4 using the OGSA SAML profile. So when the first release of GridShib came out in September 2005, it was natural to integrate permis with GridShib as well. And in essence, it should have been relatively simple. GT4 first calls the GridShib pip to pick up the attributes from Shibboleth, and then GT4 calls the permis decision engine to make an access control decision. So it all looked to be a very simple, straightforward project. But obviously projects are never as simple as you think they're going to be in the first place. So what are some of the issues we came across? Well, the first set of issues we came across were actually GridShib issues, which were not widely disseminated and weren't widely known. And the first one is that Shibboleth uses different names to Globus Toolkit. Globus Toolkit uses X500 distinguished names. Shibboleth uses opaque handles. So how does Globus Toolkit ask for the attributes of a user who's known by an opaque handle in Shibboleth when he's got an X500 distinguished name? So the GridShib team solved this by producing a DM mapping plugin for Shibboleth, which maps the opaque handles into DNs. Now this is their first attempt. They're going to produce a better version in the longer run, which is more scalable. But this is a first attempt, was a way of handling that problem. But it means that user privacy is not protected, because the distinguished name of the user is known, and when the user is running his grid job, you know what his name is because it's for his distinguished name. And one of the features of Shibboleth was to provide privacy. So we've lost the privacy protection of Shibboleth, but we've got the attribute management of Shibboleth. So the outstanding issue to be solved is probably going to look at, they said they're going to look at something like using the grid login service to provide anonymous grid identities for grid users. So that was something we might expect from GridShib in another release. Second issue is how does the GT pip validate the different attributes credentials that it's pulling in from Shibboleth when there's no single standard format for them? So they have to work out what form we're going to have. Well, most systems do support LDAP attributes, and LDAP is quite a widely supported standard. So the GridShib attributes will be based on LDAP. So LDAP's the basic format for attributes. There's no standard for the content of them, and as David pointed out in his talk, you've more or less given up on that. You said it's almost too difficult to determine what the content, what the values of them are. But we've all agreed that we're going to use them. They're going to be based on LDAP type attributes. The credential format of how do we package up the attributes to be secure, there are two alternative formats. There's X509 attribute certificates, which are a bit like public key certificates, and there's SAML attribute assertions. The former's a binary encoding, the latter's an XML string encoding. The former has got a mandatory signature of the issuer, the latter has an optional one. So there's some differences there in the credential formats. Shibboleth has decided to use the SAML assertions and not to use the signatures. So we have attribute assertions using Shibboleth with no signature to say who's actually saying that this attribute belongs to someone. But what Shibboleth has done as a sort of proxy for that is to have an SSL connection between the attribute issuer and the attribute receiver, and the SSL connection, because it's got a certificate, and it's protected, says that, okay, the certificate says that the site is known by this name, and there's a signature on the request, so you can assume that the attributes were issued by the person who's mentioned, or the site that's mentioned in the certificate. But this means that you can only have one attribute provider per site, because you've only got one SSL certificate. So you can't have multiple issuers within a site because you've only got one SSL certificate. Shibboleth attempts to solve this by encoding attribute values with the name of an issuer, which it calls a scope domain. So if my attribute is a member of staff, okay, and it was issued by the University of Kent, then the @kent.ac.uk is known as a scope domain in Shibboleth, which is something appended to an attribute value to give you an idea of who the issuer is. Okay? Now, that's a sort of kludge, if you like. It doesn't really say who issued it, it's just putting it into the attribute value and then you assume it's truthful. GT4 validates SSL connection but not the scope domain, so there isn't any genuine knowledge that who's actually issued it. If the scope domain is missing, the GT4 pip inserts one from a configuration file. But it can only support one fixed Shibboleth scope domain per grid application. So if you're running a grid application using GridShib, every attribute has to be issued by the same scope domain. And that's a particular limitation there. So the GridShib permis integration, then, what we did was we said what we were going to do is use the GridShib pip to pull the attributes and then use the permis PDP to actually authorize the user based on those attributes as the PDP. Now, Permis has actually already got a credential validation service built into it. So that credential validation service, in a way, is a little bit redundant because GT4 pip already puts in that it's got this site attribute in there. But looking to the future, when it might be possible in GridShib to have multiple attribute issuers and to have different attributes issued by different authorities. We built the system such that we can actually put rules into permis to say these issuers are allowed to issue these attributes and these issuers are allowed to issue other ones, so that once GridShib has the ability to have multiple issuers, our policy can cater for that. At the moment, the policy will just have one issuer because GridShib is only capable of having one issuer. Okay, nearly finished now. Okay, so by integrating... Well, last slide, more or less. So, conclusion, by integrating GT4, Shibboleth IDPs and permis, we can leverage the Shibboleth attribute management infrastructure and the permis policy-based fine-grained access control infrastructure to give us much more sophisticated authorization decision-making. But there's still some outstanding issues to address. So we have the first system working. We need to improve the scalability of current GridShib implementation due to the manual nature of the DN handling and the configuration limitations of the single IDP and the GridShib pip. So these are some things that we've been discussing with the Globus team of how to improve. We still need to specify how to support multiple different attribute authorities who might use different names for the same user. Now this is a particular difficult problem. If my attributes issued by different authorities and they know me by a different name, in some way the authorization infrastructure has to get these attributes from different authorities where they know you by different names, and it has to know that, you know, DWC8 at Kent is the same as IEEE 32 at the IEEE, and they're actually the same person. The attribute should be used in authorization decision making. So that's an interesting problem we've still got to work on. And providing user privacy when running grid jobs is still a problem to be worked on because currently it's based on distinguished names. And that's it. So we've about finished on time.
Okay, questions?
I didn't quite follow if I understood your comment about the Shibboleth, the attributes delivered by Shibboleth. You said something about them having potentially been mucked with. Where would that modification have occurred?
Well, the thing is, there are a number of places where they can be modified. They can be modified within the attribute store, okay, at the home institution, and you wouldn't know that because there's no binding of the attribute to the entity. Just like when you store a public key of someone, you just don't put their public key in their entry. You actually put it as a certificate signed by the certification authority, so you know it's not been mucked with. Okay, so the same goes for an attribute for authorization. If we don't trust the store to store public keys in a tamper-proof manner for authentication, why do we trust the same store to store attributes for authorization? That's the question I would put back to you.
Because those are our trusted university identity
Okay,
management
then we may as well.
people.
Well, then I say we'll scrap the certification infrastructure. You don't need the CAs either.
Many people have come
Yeah,
to that
yeah.
conclusion.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? You know, you just put the public key in your LDAP entry and that's it. Yeah. So no, I go along with that, but I think the two should be balanced, basically. Either and what we've done with the latest permits is we either say you don't need signatures or you do, and we can scrap them all, or not. Yeah. And I think we've taken that balanced approach, but don't have, you know, one on one and none on the other. Okay.
Other questions? No? So, thank you, David.
So it's time to close this day, and thank you for everyone for participating in this session, and see you tomorrow again. Thank you.
By maintaining that assertion, you could essentially get that certificate-like